This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've never told this story to anyone outside of police reports and my therapist. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this. I guess I'm hoping that sharing it might help me make sense of what happened, or at least convince me I'm not crazy. 3 months ago, I moved to Millfield, a small town in rural Ohio. After years of saving and a decent promotion, I was finally able to buy my first house. A modest 2-story colonial with a small attic. Nothing fancy, but it was mine. The price was surprisingly reasonable, which should have been my first red flag, but I was too excited about home ownership to question it. The day I moved in was unseasonably cold for September. I remember struggling with boxes while getting this weird feeling like I was being watched. That's when I first noticed them. The Bakers, an elderly couple, probably in their late 70s, standing absolutely still in their front window across the street, just staring, not waving, not smiling, just watching me with these intense, unblinking eyes. I tried to wave, thinking maybe they were just curious about their new neighbor, but they didn't react at all. Whatever, I thought. Small towns have weird people. I went back to unpacking. That first night was when things started getting strange. I had just crawled into bed around 11:30, exhausted from moving, when at exactly midnight, I checked my phone. There was a loud, deliberate knock at my front door. 3 sharp raps. I stumbled downstairs, flicked on the porch light, and opened the door to nothing. Just empty darkness and the sound of crickets. I chalked it up to neighborhood kids playing pranks on the newcomer and went back to bed. But at 1 in the morning, I woke up to what sounded like whispering outside my bedroom window. Keep in mind, my bedroom is on the 2nd floor. The voices were too quiet to make out words, but they had this urgent quality, like people discussing something important, something about me. I got up and looked outside, but again, nothing. Just the Baker's house with one dim light on in what I assumed was their bedroom. I told myself it was just the wind in the trees or my mind playing tricks after a stressful day. The next morning, I spotted something that made my stomach drop. There were small muddy footprints on my front porch, too small to be an adult's, more like a child's. It hadn't rained in days. Where had the mud come from, and why would a kid be on my porch at midnight? This pattern continued for the next 3 days. Knock at midnight, whispers at 1, and every morning, fresh footprints. I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked and a chair propped under the knob. I installed a cheap security camera on my front porch, but weirdly, it never caught anything. The knocker never showed up on footage, though the knocking was clear as day on the audio. By day 4, I was a nervous wreck. I decided to talk to the Bakers. Maybe they'd seen something or knew about the neighborhood's history. I walked across the street around noon, noticing their perfectly maintained yard with these weird little garden gnomes that all seemed to be facing my house. Mrs. Baker answered after my 3rd knock. She was tiny, barely 5 feet tall, with wispy white hair and these pale blue eyes that seemed to look right through me. She didn't invite me in, just stood in the doorway like she was blocking something. "Yes," she said, her voice surprisingly strong for someone her age. I explained about the knocking and the whispers, trying to sound casual, like I was just curious rather than terrified. Her expression changed instantly, hardened. "You shouldn't have come here," she said flatly. What? I just moved in," I stammered. "You don't belong in that house." Her tone was matter-of-fact, not threatening, which somehow made it worse. Then she simply closed the door in my face. I stood there for a moment, completely stunned. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of Mr. Baker watching me from their living room window, perfectly still like he hadn't moved since the day I arrived. That night, the knocking was different, more insistent, almost angry. Bang, 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 pause, then bang, bang, bang again. The whispers afterward were louder too, and though I still couldn't make out words, the tone was unmistakably agitated. I called the police the next morning. The officer who came was sympathetic but unhelpful. No signs of forced entry, no evidence anyone had been on my property besides the footprints, which he suggested could have been there from before I moved in. He asked if I'd been under stress lately or if I was taking any medications. I could tell he thought I was imagining things. "Look," he said before leaving, "these old neighborhoods have all kinds of noises. Houses settle. Trees scratch against windows. Your mind fills in the blanks when you're alone in a new place." But I knew what I'd heard, and those footprints appeared fresh every morning. After a week of this torment, I was barely sleeping. I'd taken to camping out on my couch with all the lights on, clutching a baseball bat and jumping at every creak. Then, on the 8th night, something changed. Midnight came and went. No knock. 1 a.m., no whispers. The silence was almost worse than the noises had been. Around 2 in the morning I heard it, a slow, deliberate creaking sound. Not from outside, but from inside the house, upstairs. The unmistakable sound of weight on old floorboards. Someone was walking around up there. My heart nearly stopped. I sat frozen on the couch, straining to hear, hoping I'd imagined it, but there it was again. Creak, 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 moving from the hallway toward what I knew was the small door that led to the attic. I should have run. I should have gotten in my car and driven away. Instead, gripping the baseball bat so hard my knuckles turned white, I crept up the stairs, pausing every few steps to listen. The creaking had stopped, but now there was a faint scratching sound coming from the attic. The narrow hallway seemed to stretch forever. When I reached the attic door, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Tiny scratch marks around the doorknob, like someone had been picking at the lock from the inside. With trembling hands, I reached for the knob. It turned easily. The door swung open to reveal the narrow stairs leading up into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, turned on the flashlight, and aimed it upward. What I saw made me gag. The attic, which had been empty when I'd done a quick inspection before buying the house, now contained a makeshift bed. Just a dirty blanket and pillow on the floor. Scattered around were food wrappers, a plastic bottle filled with what looked like urine, and, most disturbingly, a small pile of what I recognized as my own clothes. Someone had been stealing items from my laundry basket, but what made my blood freeze was the wall directly across from the stairs. There, scrawled in what looked like charcoal, was a single word: leave. I backed down the stairs in a panic, nearly falling. Someone had been living in my attic, watching me. For how long? Since before I moved in, the whole time I'd been there, while I was sleeping. I ran to my bedroom, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911 with shaking fingers. Then I noticed something that stopped me mid-dial. My bedroom window was open. I know I had closed it. I always closed it after hearing those whispers. That's when I heard a soft thud from downstairs, like someone landing lightly on their feet. I didn't wait. I ran. Out of my bedroom, down the stairs, and straight out the front door, not even stopping to grab my keys or wallet. In my panic, I ran across the street to the Baker's house, pounding on their door, screaming for help. Mrs. Baker opened the door almost immediately, like she'd been waiting for me. Behind her, Mr. Baker sat in an armchair, watching with those same unblinking eyes. "There's someone in my house," I gasped. "Please call the police." Mrs. Baker didn't seem surprised or concerned. She just looked at me with something like pity in her eyes. "The house has a way of keeping people," she said calmly, as if explaining something simple to a child. "Once you move in, the house decides if you belong, and if it doesn't like you, it finds ways to make sure you don't stay." "What are you talking about?" I was nearly hysterical. "Someone's been living in my attic. They wrote on my wall." "No," she said, shaking her head slowly. "Not someone. Something. The house has a guardian. It's been there since the beginning." Mr. Baker spoke then, his voice raspy with disuse. "We tried to warn the others too. None of them listened either." "Others?" My blood went cold. What others? The ones before you, Mrs. Baker said simply. They didn't last long. I backed away from their door, suddenly more afraid of these old people than whatever was in my house. I ran to my car, remembering too late that my keys were still inside. In desperation, I started walking, no, running, down the street, away from my house, away from the Bakers. I spent that night in a 24-hour diner off the highway, using their phone to call the police. When officers finally checked my house the next morning, they found nothing unusual. No bed in the attic, no writing on the wall, no signs of anyone having been there besides me. They suggested I might have had a vivid nightmare or some kind of stress-induced hallucination, but I know what I saw. I went back only once, in daylight, with a police escort, to pack whatever I could fit in my car. The house felt different, empty somehow, like whatever had been there was hiding, waiting for the police to leave. As I was pulling away, I looked back at the Baker's house. They were at their window again, watching me go. Mrs. Baker raised her hand in what might have been a wave, but looked more like a warning. I've moved to a different state now. I'm staying with my sister while I try to sell the house remotely. No takers yet, despite the low price. Sometimes, when I'm almost asleep, I think I hear that knocking again. 3 sharp raps, followed by whispers. My therapist says it's just trauma, that my brain is replaying the experience. But sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house followed me, or if it's just waiting for me to come back, because the house has a way of keeping people, and I don't think it's done with me yet. Story 2. I still have a hard time writing this down, even though it's been 3 months since it happened. My hands get shaky just thinking about it. But I need to tell someone who might believe me because my wife thinks I should talk to someone professional about it, and my buddies at the depot just laugh it off. I know what I saw that night on Route 13, and I haven't driven that stretch of road since. I've been hauling freight for almost 16 years now. Chicago to Dallas is one of my regular routes. Canned goods, mostly. Good, solid work that pays the bills. I've driven through storms, ice, you name it. Nothing ever really bothered me before. I actually liked the solitude of night driving, used to anyway. It was mid-October, one of those nights where winter gives you a preview of what's coming. Temperature had dropped to about 25 degrees by midnight, which was unusually cold for that time of year in Missouri. I remember checking the weather on my phone at a gas station around 10, and there wasn't supposed to be any fog or precipitation. Clear skies, just cold. I'd been driving since about 4 in the afternoon. My rig was running fine. A 2-year-old Peterbilt I'd been leasing never gave me any trouble. I had my thermos of coffee, some beef jerky, and was listening to a podcast about fishing. Nothing special about the night at first. I hit Route 13 around 11:30. It's this stretch of highway that cuts through rural Missouri. Not much out there except trees, a few scattered houses set way back from the road, and miles of darkness. Most truckers I know prefer the interstate, but Route 13 shaves about 45 minutes off the trip if you're headed southwest, and my drop-off was scheduled early the next morning. The first weird thing I noticed was how the temperature dropped suddenly. My truck has one of those digital displays that shows the outside temp, and it went from 25 to 17 degrees in like 2 minutes. I remember thinking it was strange, but figured maybe the sensor was acting up. Then the fog started rolling in. I've driven through fog plenty of times, but this was different. It didn't gradually thicken like normal fog. It came in these heavy waves, like someone was turning a fog machine on and off. 1 minute I could see fine. The next I was crawling along at 20 miles per hour, high beams barely cutting through 10 feet ahead of me. It was this milky white color, but with this weird bluish tint to it that made everything look washed out and unnatural. Around midnight, I was getting really tense. The fog kept playing tricks with my eyes, making shapes appear and disappear along the roadside. I turned off my podcast and was just focused on the road. That's when my engine started to stutter. It wasn't a normal mechanical sound, not like something was broken. It was more like the engine was getting starved for fuel for a split second, then running fine, then starving again. The dash lights flickered a couple times too. I remember swearing under my breath, thinking about how I was in the middle of nowhere with spotty cell reception. The last thing I needed was to break down there. I slowed down even more, maybe to 15 miles per hour, and that's when I saw him. At first, it was just a shape in my headlights, a person walking along the shoulder of the road, head down, moving in the same direction I was driving. I remember feeling relieved in a way, thinking maybe there was someone else out here, maybe someone whose car had broken down. As I got closer, I could make out that it was a man in what looked like jeans and a flannel shirt. No jacket, which struck me as odd given how cold it was, no backpack either, just walking slowly along the highway in the middle of nowhere, in freezing fog, at midnight. I'm not the type to pass someone who might need help, especially not in weather like that. So I slowed down more and pulled over about 20 feet ahead of him, putting my hazards on. I remember how the clicking of the blinkers seemed unnaturally loud in the silence. I rolled down my passenger window and waited for him to approach. The cold air rushed in immediately, but it felt wrong somehow. Not just cold, but like it pulled the warmth out of the cab more aggressively than it should have. I called out, "Hey buddy, you need a ride somewhere?" He didn't respond, just kept walking at the same steady pace. As he got closer to my truck, the cab lights illuminated his face, and that's when I felt the first real jolt of fear. His skin was pale, not just white guy pale, but almost translucent, like I could almost see through it in places. It had this waxy quality to it, like those anatomical models they have in doctors' offices. And his eyes, they were open, but they weren't focused on anything. They were a pale gray color, but flat, like painted glass. He was wearing clothes that looked straight out of the 70s, not in a hipster way, but in a way that suggested they hadn't been washed or changed in decades. There was dark discoloration on one side of his flannel shirt that I first thought was mud, but later realized might have been something else. "Hey man, you okay?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak even to my own ears. The man stopped right beside my passenger door. He didn't look at me directly. He just stood there, swaying slightly. Up close, I noticed his hair was matted in spots, and there was a strange, acrid smell coming off him. Not body odor, but something chemical, like burnt plastic mixed with something sickly sweet. I reached across to open the door, thinking maybe he was in shock from the cold. "Come on, get in. It's freezing out there." That's when he finally moved his head and looked at me. Our eyes met for just a second, but it felt like looking into empty space. There was no recognition there, no awareness, just nothing. My whole body went cold. Without a word, he turned away from the truck and started walking into the woods beside the highway. Not running, not hurrying, just that same measured pace, like he was following a path only he could see. The fog seemed to part for him and then swallow him up. I sat there for a good minute, engine idling, completely rattled. Part of me wanted to call out again or even follow him, but a deeper, more primal part of me was screaming to get back on the road immediately. I listened to that part. The truck started normally when I put it in gear, no more stuttering. The fog was still thick, but I drove faster than I should have, pushing 30 then 40 miles per hour, needing to put distance between me and whatever I had just seen. About 15 minutes later, I spotted the lights of a truck stop just off the highway. Benson's Rest, a small place with a gas station and a 24-hour diner attached. I pulled in so fast I nearly clipped the sign. There were only two other vehicles in the lot, an old pickup and what looked like the waitress's car. The diner portion was one of those prefab buildings with too much fluorescent lighting and vinyl everything. The bell jingled when I pushed through the door, and I must have looked as bad as I felt because the waitress, her name tag said Darlene, immediately put down the mug she was drying. "You look like you've seen a ghost, honey," she said, and I almost laughed at how close to the truth that felt. I ordered coffee, black, and sat at the counter. My hands were shaking so bad I had to hold the mug with both hands. After I took a few sips, I asked her, trying to sound casual, "Highway seems pretty deserted tonight. You ever get people walking along it this late?" Something changed in her expression, a tightening around the eyes. "Where exactly did you see someone walking?" I described the location as best I could. About 15 miles back, near where the highway curves past what looked like an old quarry or gravel pit. As I spoke, She set down the towel she'd been fidgeting with and leaned against the counter. "Was there fog?" she asked quietly. I nodded, and she closed her eyes for a second. "About what time was this?" she asked. "Midnight, give or take a few minutes." She poured herself a cup of coffee and added cream with a shaky hand. "I'm going to tell you something, and you can believe it or not, but folks around here know to stay off Route 13 around midnight, especially when the fog rolls in like that." She told me about a trucker back in '76 who jackknifed on that curve during a winter storm. His rig went off the road and down into a ravine where it couldn't be seen from the highway. This was before cell phones, and the weather was so bad that no other vehicles came by for a while. He was pinned in the cab, alive but trapped. They found him 3 days later, Darlene said. Game wardens spotted the wreck. By then, he'd died from his injuries and the cold. Charlie Mercer was his name. Local boy, used to come in here for pie and coffee before his runs. I felt the hair on my arms standing up. "And people see him walking the road?" She nodded. "Not everyone, just some drivers, usually truckers, almost always around midnight, and only when that strange fog comes in. Been happening for decades. He never speaks, never takes rides that are offered, just walks away into the woods. They say he's trying to find his way back to the road, back to his route. Others think he's trying to warn drivers about that curve." I told her what I'd seen, the strange pale skin, the vacant eyes, the old clothes, the stain on his shirt. She wasn't surprised by any of it. "Charlie was trapped in that wreck for 3 days, bleeding internally," she said quietly. "By the time they found him, he wasn't looking his best. That stain you saw was probably blood." "Why doesn't he speak?" I asked. "Why just walk away?" "Some roads never forget," she said, looking down at her coffee. "And neither do the people who die on them. Maybe he can't speak. Maybe where he is, there's no one to hear him anyway." She warned me to avoid Route 13 at night from then on, especially around midnight, especially in fog. Said there were other stories about that road, not just Charlie, but others who had died there and were sometimes seen. Said the locals called that stretch the Ghost Mile and would drive 30 minutes out of their way to avoid it after dark. I finished my coffee, paid, and got back on the road, taking the longer route Darlene suggested. It added almost an hour to my drive, but I didn't care. The fog had cleared up completely by then, like it had never been there at all. I made my delivery in Dallas the next morning, but I couldn't shake what had happened. I've talked to other truckers since then, and just a few, have admitted to seeing similar things on lonely stretches of highway at night. A figure walking, clothes from another decade, never speaking, always disappearing when approached. I don't drive Route 13 anymore. My dispatcher thinks I'm crazy for taking the longer route, but I don't care. I keep thinking about those empty eyes, that mechanical walking, the way the fog seemed to part for him. Sometimes when I'm driving at night now, I catch myself scanning the shoulders of the road, watching for lone figures walking in the darkness. And I always check my mirrors after passing curves like the one where Charlie Mercer died, half expecting to see someone appear in the road behind me, walking with that same steady pace, following me with those empty, seeking eyes. Some roads never forget, and now neither will I. Story 3. I've been putting off writing about this for months now. I'm not a writer, just a regular guy who experienced something I can't explain, and it's been eating away at me. I need to get this out, even if no one believes me. Maybe someone else has seen what I saw. This happened back in March when I was driving home from my parents' place in rural Georgia. I visit them about once a month, usually staying the weekend before heading back to my apartment in Atlanta on Sunday evening. That particular Sunday, we'd had a big family dinner that ran late, and by the time I helped clean up and said my goodbyes, it was already past 11. My dad asked if I wanted to crash for the night and leave in the morning, but I had an early meeting the next day that I couldn't miss. Besides, the drive was only about 2 hours and I'd done it countless times before. I told him I'd be fine, gave my parents one last hug and headed out to my car. I decided to take my usual shortcut along Route 61. It's this narrow two-lane highway that cuts through a pretty isolated stretch of woods, but it saves about 20 minutes compared to taking the interstate. During the day, it's actually a nice drive with some decent scenery. At night, though, it's pitch black with no streetlights and barely any signs of civilization for miles. I'd driven this route plenty of times before without issue. Sure, it's creepy at night with all those trees pressing in on both sides, but I've never been the superstitious type. That night, though, something was different from the moment I turned onto that road. It was about 11:45 when I merged onto Route 61. The first thing I noticed was how unusually dark it seemed. I mean, rural highways are always dark, but this was different, like the darkness was thicker somehow, more solid. My headlights didn't seem to cut through it as well as they should have. They illuminated maybe 30 feet ahead at most, and then just nothing. Complete blackness. The second thing I noticed was the silence. I always listen to music while driving, but as soon as I hit that stretch of highway, my radio started acting up. At first it was just some static interrupting my playlist. Then the music cut out entirely, replaced by white noise. I tried changing stations, but every frequency was the same, just static with occasional fragments of what sounded like distant voices. I turned the radio off, figuring I'd catch the local NPR station once I got closer to Atlanta. That's when I realized how quiet my car was running. The engine noise was muffled, like someone had thrown a heavy blanket over it. Even when I accelerated, the sound remained oddly subdued. I couldn't hear the tires on the asphalt either, just this eerie silence that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I glanced at the clock on my dashboard. 11:57. I calculated I'd be home by around 1:30, which wasn't too bad. I just needed to stay alert. I opened my window a crack, hoping the cold air would help keep me awake. That's when I realized there were no night sounds either. No crickets, no distant traffic, nothing. Just dead silence except for the muted hum of my engine. I'd been driving for maybe 15 minutes when I first saw him. My headlights caught a figure standing on the shoulder of the road, a man with his back to me, thumb extended in the universal hitchhiking gesture. In that split second as I passed him, I caught a glimpse of tattered clothes, hunched shoulders, and a head that seemed to be bowed at an unnatural angle. I didn't slow down. Something about him just felt wrong. Off. Like when you see a mannequin out of the corner of your eye and mistake it for a person for a split second. I checked my rearview mirror, but he was already swallowed by the darkness behind me. I shivered and cranked up the heat, telling myself it was just some poor guy trying to catch a ride. Still, who would be hitchhiking on this empty road so late at night? The minutes ticked by as I continued driving. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see headlights behind me. But there was nothing. No other cars on the road at all. The trees pressed in closer, their branches reaching over the road like grasping fingers. I'd been driving for about another 20 minutes when I saw another hitchhiker. This time it was a woman standing on the shoulder facing the road. As my headlights swept over her, I saw she was wearing what looked like a faded sundress, completely inappropriate for the chilly March night. Her hair was matted and hung in front of her face, but as I drove past, she turned to look at me. Her face, I only caught a glimpse, but there was something deeply unsettling about it. It was expressionless, blank, like a doll's face, and her eyes reflected my headlights in a way that made them appear solid white. I sped up, my heart pounding in my chest. Who the hell were these people, and what were they doing out here? I checked the dashboard clock. 12:21. I'd been driving for nearly 40 minutes now. I should have been getting close to the interstate on-ramp, but the road showed no signs of ending, just more trees, more darkness. I tried to remember if Route 61 was longer than I thought, but I'd driven it dozens of times. This wasn't right. I decided to check my GPS. I pulled my phone from my pocket, but there was no signal. The map app showed my location as a little blue dot in the middle of nowhere, with no roads marked anywhere near me. That made no sense. I was clearly on a paved highway. My unease was slowly turning to panic. I pressed harder on the gas, pushing my car to 70, then 80 miles per hour. The road remained straight ahead, vanishing into darkness, and then, about 10 minutes later, I saw him again. The same male hitchhiker, same position, same tattered clothes, same unnaturally angled head, same extended thumb. I nearly swerved off the road in shock. It couldn't be the same person. I'd been driving for almost an hour, and there's no way he could have gotten ahead of me. Yet somehow, I knew with absolute certainty it was the same man I'd passed earlier. I blew past him, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. This time, I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see if he turned to watch me go. I checked the clock again, 12:42. I tried to make sense of what was happening. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe I was hallucinating from exhaustion, or maybe this was some elaborate prank, though I couldn't imagine how anyone could pull it off. 10 minutes later, there was the woman again. Same position, same dress, same matted hair. This time, as I approached, she slowly raised her hand as if to wave, but the motion was jerky, mechanical. I sped past her, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. Something was very wrong with this road. I needed to get off it, to find another route. I kept driving, searching desperately for any side road, any exit, any sign of civilization. The dashboard clock now read 1:05, which meant I'd been on Route 61 for well over an hour. That was impossible. The entire route shouldn't take more than 30 minutes to drive from end to end. I tried calling my parents, but my phone showed no signal. I tried turning on the radio again, hoping for some connection to the outside world, but there was nothing but static. And then, inexplicably, the static formed into words, or not quite words, but something that sounded like whispering. I couldn't make out what was being said, but it made me slam the power button in panic. After what felt like another 20 minutes, I passed the male hitchhiker a third time. Exactly the same position, exactly the same appearance. But this time, as my headlights hit him, his head began to turn, slowly, mechanically, like a rusty weather vane. I floored it before I could see his face. The clock read 1:27. I'd been driving for almost 2 hours on a road that should have ended long ago. My gas gauge was starting to drop toward empty, and a new fear gripped me. What would happen if I ran out of gas out here, in this endless loop of highway with those things waiting on the roadside? Just when I was about to pull over and have a complete breakdown, I saw something ahead that nearly made me cry with relief. The glowing lights of what appeared to be a gas station. I slowed down and turned in, the gravel crunching under my tires, the first real sound I'd heard in hours. It was one of those old-fashioned places with just 2 pumps and a small convenience store. A flickering sign above the door read, "Roy's Gas and Groceries." I pulled up to one of the pumps, shut off my engine, and sat there for a moment, trying to compose myself. The silence was deafening. I finally worked up the courage to get out of the car. The air was cold and still, with no sound except my own ragged breathing. I started pumping gas, watching the numbers tick up slowly, jumping at every small noise. When I finished, I decided to go inside, partly to pay, but mostly because I needed to talk to another human being, to confirm that I wasn't losing my mind. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, and I nearly sobbed with relief at such a normal, everyday sound. Behind the counter stood an older man with a grizzled beard and weathered skin. He barely looked up as I approached, just kept flipping through what appeared to be an ancient fishing magazine. Pump 2, I said, my voice cracking slightly. I cleared my throat. And, can you tell me where exactly I am? He looked up then, his eyes narrowing slightly as he studied me. You're at Roy's, he said, as if that explained everything. That'll be $42.18. I handed him my credit card. I mean, what town is this? I'm trying to get to Atlanta, but I seem to be lost on Route 61. Something flickered across his face. Recognition, maybe, or concern. He ran my card and handed it back to me along with the receipt. You're about 30 miles west of Millerton, he said. Atlanta's another hour and a half east, but you'll want to take Route 20, not 61. He paused, then added, "You been driving on 61 long tonight?" I nodded, relieved that he seemed to understand. "For hours. It's like the road never ends. And there are these hitchhikers." He cut me off with a raised hand. "Don't need to tell me. People see things on that stretch of road sometimes, things that ain't supposed to be there. He reached under the counter and pulled out a map, spreading it on the counter between us. Here's where we are. You take this road right here. He traced a line with his finger. For about 5 miles, then turn right onto Route 20. That'll take you straight to Atlanta. Don't get back on 61. You hear me? I nodded, memorizing the route. What is it about that road? What are those things I saw? He folded the map and handed it to me. Some roads aren't just roads, he said cryptically. Some are something else, especially at night, especially when you're alone. He glanced out the window into the darkness. You best get going. It's a long drive to Atlanta. I thanked him and left, the map clutched in my hand like a lifeline. I followed his directions exactly, and sure enough, within 5 minutes I was on Route 20, a well-lit, normal highway with actual traffic and road signs. The relief I felt was overwhelming. I made it back to my apartment just after 3 in the morning, exhausted but grateful to be home. I took the stairs up to my 3rd-floor unit, fumbling with my keys at the door. As I was about to go inside, something made me turn and look down at the parking lot. There, at the edge of the lot where the light from the street lamps didn't quite reach, stood a figure. A man with his back to me, arm extended, thumb out. I've moved apartments since then. I don't drive at night anymore if I can help it, and I've never gone back to visit my parents using that route. I've tried researching Route 61, looking for similar stories or explanations, but I've found nothing definitive. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I hear that static on the radio turning into whispers, and sometimes just before I drift off, I understand what they're saying. They're asking for a ride. Story 4. I still can't believe what happened to me and my buddy Marcus last summer. We had this road trip planned for months, just 2 dudes looking to explore ghost towns and abandoned places through the Southwest. Both of us were into urbex photography and had this shared obsession with documenting forgotten places before they completely disappeared. We set out from Denver early on a Saturday morning in my 2012 Subaru Outback. Nothing fancy, but reliable for the dirt roads we knew we'd encounter. The plan was simple. Head south through Colorado, cut across a corner of New Mexico, and make our way to northern Arizona, where there are dozens of these little ghost towns scattered across the landscape. The first day was completely normal. We crashed at a motel in Farmington, New Mexico, and got an early start the next morning. That's when things started getting weird. We'd been driving for about 4 hours on these increasingly remote desert highways. I'm talking the kind where you might see another car every 30 minutes if you're lucky. The GPS signal kept dropping in and out, so we were mostly navigating with an actual paper map Marcus had bought. It was pushing mid-afternoon when we needed to refuel, and the map showed a small town about 20 miles ahead. When we pulled into this town, it was basically just a crossroads with a gas station, a diner that looked permanently closed, and maybe 3 houses scattered around. The gas station was this ancient-looking place with those old-style pumps where the numbers flip physically instead of being digital. The building was this faded beige color that had probably once been white, with a rusty metal awning over the single pump island. I pulled up to the pump while Marcus went inside to pay and grab some snacks. The sun was beating down hard, had to be at least 100 degrees, and the air had that wavy, shimmering effect above the asphalt. While waiting for the tank to fill, I noticed this old man sitting in a metal folding chair at the corner of the building, partially in the shade. He was just staring at me. Not in an aggressive way, but with this intense focus that made me uncomfortable. He looked ancient, deeply wrinkled skin, white, wispy hair, and these pale blue eyes that seemed too bright for his weathered face. When Marcus came back out with water and beef jerky, the old man suddenly stood up and walked toward us. I remember feeling instantly on edge. "You boys headed west?" he asked in this gravelly voice. Marcus nodded and told him we were exploring ghost towns on our way to Arizona. The old man's face changed subtly. "Be careful on them back roads, especially after dark." "Thanks, we will," I said, trying to be polite while feeling increasingly creeped out. He shook his head slowly. No, you don't understand. There are places out there where the land itself doesn't want you. Where things... Wait. He pointed at our Arizona ghost town guidebook on the dashboard. Those places are empty for good reasons sometimes. Marcus laughed it off nervously, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the old man wasn't just being superstitious. His pale blue eyes seemed to bore right through me. Stay on the main highways after sunset, he said finally. And if you see hazard lights on the road ahead, just keep driving, don't stop, no matter what. We thanked him awkwardly and got back in the car. As we pulled away, I checked the rearview mirror and saw him still standing there, watching us leave. Well, that was weird as hell, Marcus said, tearing open the beef jerky. Yeah, probably just messing with the tourists, I replied, but I didn't really believe that. For the next couple hours, we tried to get back to our normal road trip vibe, playing music and pointing out weird rock formations in the distance. We decided to take this supposedly scenic route that cut through about 60 miles of virtually uninhabited desert. According to the map, it would eventually connect with a larger state highway that would take us into Arizona. As the sun started setting, the desert turned this incredible mix of orange and purple. We'd been on this empty 2-lane road for almost an hour without seeing another vehicle. That's when Marcus suddenly pointed ahead. Hey, is that a car? About a quarter-mile ahead, I could see hazard lights blinking. A vehicle was stopped right in the middle of the road. My stomach immediately knotted up as I remembered what the old man had said. We should just go around it, I said, slowing down slightly. Dude, what if someone needs help? Marcus countered. We can't just leave someone stranded out here. There's no cell service for miles. He was right about that. We hadn't had bars on our phones for the last hour or so. As we got closer, we could see it was a newer model silver sedan, just sitting there with its hazard lights blinking rhythmically. No one was visible inside or around it. This is weird, I said, stopping about 50 feet behind it. I don't like this. Marcus was already unbuckling his seatbelt. Come on, we'll just check it out real quick. If it's nothing, we keep going. Reluctantly, I put my car in park but left it running. We both got out and approached the vehicle cautiously. The desert was completely silent except for the clicking of the hazard lights and the soft idle of my own car behind us. The abandoned car was a silver Toyota Camry, maybe 2 or 3 years old. Driver's side door was closed, but as we got closer, we could see the passenger door was slightly ajar. Nobody was inside. The keys were still in the ignition, and a cell phone sat in the cup holder. A half-empty water bottle was in the other cup holder. "Hello?" Marcus called out. "Anyone here? Need help?" Nothing but silence answered back. I looked around at the surrounding desert. There was nothing but scrubby vegetation and rocky terrain for miles. No footprints leading away from the vehicle that I could see. "This is seriously creeping me out," I whispered. "Where would they have gone? There's nowhere to walk to from here." Marcus leaned into the car and looked at the dashboard. "It's got 3/4 of a tank. Doesn't look like it broke down." I noticed something on the driver's seat, a small leather wallet. I hesitated, but then reached in and picked it up. Inside was a California driver's license belonging to a David Chen, about $50 in cash and a few credit cards. Why would someone abandon their car with their wallet still inside? "We should call this in when we get service," I said, placing the wallet back exactly where I found it. "Let's go." As we walked back to my car, I kept looking around, expecting to see someone watching us. The sun had nearly set now, and the desert was getting dark quickly. We got back in my car and carefully drove around the abandoned Toyota. For the next 10 miles or so, we barely spoke. Marcus kept checking his phone for service, but there was nothing. I couldn't stop thinking about the old man's warning. "What did he mean about hazard lights?" Marcus finally asked. "I don't know, but that was too weird. A perfectly good car just abandoned in the middle of nowhere, with the keys still in it. Who does that?" We drove on for another 20 minutes or so. It was fully dark now, with only the headlights illuminating the empty road ahead. According to the map, we should reach the junction with the state highway in another 15 miles or so. That's when I saw it. In the distance, hazard lights blinking. "No way," Marcus said. "No fucking way." It was impossible, but as we got closer, I could clearly see it was the same silver Toyota Camry sitting in the middle of the road with its hazard lights flashing. How is this possible? I slowed down, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. We passed this car. We drove for miles. Maybe it's a different car, Marcus suggested, but his voice was shaky. With the same dent on the rear bumper, the same California plate. We were about 100 feet away now, and I stopped completely. There was no way I was getting out this time. Let's just go around it again, Marcus said. Maybe someone's messing with us. I carefully steered around the vehicle, giving it a wide berth. As we passed, I glanced over and confirmed it was the exact same car, same license plate, same open passenger door, same everything. This isn't possible, I muttered. This isn't fucking possible. We drove faster now, both of us scanning the road ahead nervously. According to the odometer, we'd gone another 8 miles when my car suddenly sputtered. No, 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 I chanted as the engine coughed and died. I coasted to the shoulder and tried to restart it. The engine turned over but wouldn't catch. What's happening? Marcus asked, panic evident in his voice. I don't know. It was fine all day. I tried again. Nothing. The dashboard lights flickered weakly, suggesting maybe an electrical problem. We sat there for a few minutes, trying to restart the car and checking our phones for any hint of service. Nothing. Then Marcus grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. Look, he whispered. In the side mirror, I could see headlights approaching from behind us. The immediate relief I felt quickly evaporated as the vehicle slowed down and pulled up behind us. It was the silver Toyota. This isn't happening, I said, my voice barely audible. The Toyota's headlights turned off, but the hazard lights continued to blink. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the driver's door opened slowly. What stepped out wasn't human. At first glance, it looked like a tall, painfully thin man. But as it moved toward our car, the movements were all wrong, jerky and too fluid at the same time, like something trying to mimic human movement without fully understanding how joints work. I could see it clearly in my rearview mirror as it approached. Its skin was so pale it seemed to glow slightly in the darkness. Its face was wrong, the proportions off, with hollow eyes that reflected red in the mirror like an animal's. But the worst part was its mouth, stretched into this grotesque approximation of a smile that revealed too many teeth, all of them jagged and uneven. Go, 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 Marcus screamed. I frantically tried the ignition again, and miraculously the engine roared to life. I slammed it into drive and floored it, tires spinning on the gravel before catching. The thing behind us moved with impossible speed, almost reaching the back of our car before we shot forward. I drove like a madman, taking curves too fast, constantly checking the rearview mirror. The road ahead was illuminated only by my headlights, revealing nothing but more empty desert stretching to the horizon. Is it following us? I asked, too afraid to look back for more than a split second. I don't see headlights, Marcus said, twisted around in his seat. Wait, stop the car. Are you insane? No way. Stop the car. He was practically hysterical. We're back where we started. I slowed down enough to see what he was pointing at. There, by the side of the road, was my car. My Subaru Outback, parked exactly where we'd pulled over when the engine died. But we were inside my car. We were driving it. I hit the brakes hard, skidding to a stop. We both stared at the impossible sight ahead. This isn't real, I whispered. This can't be real. We need to run, Marcus said, on foot, into the desert now. That's suicide. We'd die of exposure out there. We're already dead if we stay on this road, he said, reaching for his door handle. I'm going. You coming? Before I could answer, headlights appeared behind us again. The Toyota was back. We bolted out of the car and ran straight into the desert darkness, scrambling over rocks and through scrub brush. I could hear something moving behind us, not running exactly, but covering ground with a horrible skittering sound. We ran until our lungs burned, until Marcus tripped and I had to drag him up. We found a cluster of large boulders and crouched behind them, trying to muffle our desperate breathing. It knows where we are, Marcus whispered, his voice breaking. It's just playing with us. I looked around at the vast darkness surrounding us. No lights anywhere, no roads visible, no idea which direction to go, miles from anywhere, no phone service, no water except the single bottle Marcus had in his backpack. That was 7 hours ago. The sun will rise soon. Marcus finally fell asleep from exhaustion, but I can't close my eyes. Every few minutes I hear that skittering sound moving around us in the darkness, circling, waiting. Sometimes I see its silhouette against the night sky, standing on top of rocks or moving between the sparse vegetation. It knows we have nowhere to go. It knows we're lost. It knows we'll die out here if it doesn't get us first. I'm writing this using the last of my phone battery, typing with shaking hands. I don't know why. Maybe so someone will understand what happened if they ever find our bodies. The skittering is closer now. Marcus is still asleep. I can see its eyes reflecting in the darkness, watching me. It's smiling. Story 5. I never believed in ghosts. I watched horror movies and got freaked out like anyone else, but I always thought it was just my imagination. That changed after what happened in my house in Manchester. Our house isn't anything special, just a normal semi-detached home built in the 80s that my parents bought when I was little. But there was always something about our attic that gave me the creeps. Even as a kid, I hated going up there. It was always freezing cold, even in summer when the rest of the house was boiling. Whenever I had to fetch something from storage, I'd get this weird feeling in my stomach like someone was watching me. I'd grab whatever I needed and race back down the stairs, heart pounding. My parents always laughed it off. "It's just a draft, Jessica," my dad would say. "Old houses make noises." But it wasn't just noises or drafts. It was a feeling. Something about that space felt wrong. In early 2016, my parents decided they needed more space. My sister and I were both still living at home, and the 3 bedrooms were feeling cramped. Dad got this brilliant idea to convert the attic into their bedroom. I tried to hide how much this freaked me out. How do you tell your parents, "Please don't sleep in the creepy attic," without sounding like a 5-year-old? The renovation took about 2 months. They put in proper insulation, added a small ensuite bathroom, and installed one of those pull-down staircases to replace the old rickety ladder. The work completely transformed the space. It looked amazing with the skylights and new carpet. Everyone was excited about it except me. I still felt uneasy every time I went up there. The weird stuff started about a week after they moved their bedroom up there. At first, it was little things. Items not being where we left them, lights turning on when nobody was home. My mum would ask why I'd left the kitchen light on when I went to bed, but I knew I'd turned it off. Then one Saturday in April, I was home alone. My parents were visiting my grandma, and my sister was at her boyfriend's. I was watching Netflix in the living room with our 2 cats, Milo and Luna, curled up next to me. It was around 2 in the afternoon when I heard it, clear as day, footsteps on the attic stairs. Not just any footsteps. These were slow, deliberate steps. Creak, creak, creak. Each one made the pull-down stairs shake slightly. The cats heard it too. They both sat bolt upright, their ears pulled back, staring at the hallway that led to the stairs. Then Luna started hissing. I'd never heard her make that sound before. Both cats shot off the sofa and hid under the dining table. I sat frozen on the couch, remote clutched in my hand. The footsteps continued down the hallway, stopping just outside the living room door. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just sat there waiting for someone, or something, to walk in. Nothing did. After what felt like forever, I finally got up and checked the entire house. Every door was locked, every window closed. Nobody was there. When my parents got home, I told them what happened. Dad checked the house again, looking for signs of a break-in, but found nothing. Mum suggested maybe it was the house settling or the wind. I didn't argue, but I knew what I'd heard, and the cat's reaction wasn't because of the house settling. Things escalated after that. My friend Olivia came over to study one evening when my parents were at a dinner party. We were in my bedroom when we both heard someone opening and closing drawers upstairs in my parents' room. Then came the sound of wardrobe doors slamming. "Is your sister home?" Olivia whispered. "No," I replied. She's at work until 9. We sat there, listening to someone rummaging around upstairs for nearly 20 minutes. I texted my sister to confirm she was still at work. She was. Olivia wanted to go check it out, but I refused. Instead, we grabbed our study materials and went to Starbucks. I didn't tell my parents about this incident. They already thought I was being dramatic about the first one. The activity became more frequent. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. Objects would disappear and reappear in different places. My sister started noticing it too. She'd wake up to find her bedroom door open when she was sure she'd closed it before going to sleep. The bathroom taps would turn on when no one was in there. But the most terrifying incident happened about 3 months after the attic conversion. It was a Tuesday evening in July. I was in the kitchen making dinner with my sister. Mum was working late, and Dad was supposed to be home around 6:30. At about 6:15, we heard the front door open, followed by Dad's distinctive knock on the kitchen door. He always knocked twice before coming in. It was just his thing. "Come in," I called out, not looking up from the vegetables I was chopping. My sister turned from the stove and said, "Hey Dad, dinner's almost ready." There was no response, no door opening, nothing. "Dad?" I called again, looking up from the counter. Still nothing. My sister rolled her eyes. "He's probably gone to change first," she said, turning back to the stove. I shrugged it off and continued chopping. About 10 minutes later, we heard the front door open again, followed by voices. I went into the hallway to see my dad and my sister walking in together, chatting about traffic. I felt like someone had thrown ice water over me. "You just got home?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Yeah, I picked her up from the train station," Dad replied, hanging up his coat. "But you were just in the kitchen with me," I said to my sister, who looked at me like I was insane. "What are you talking about?" "I just got home," she said. I explained what had happened, how I'd been cooking with her, how we'd both heard Dad come home and knock. Dad confirmed he'd only just arrived, and my sister swore she'd been on the train until 5 minutes ago. That night I couldn't sleep. If it wasn't my sister in the kitchen with me, who or what was it? What had I been talking to for nearly half an hour? It looked like her, sounded like her, but it couldn't have been her. The incidents continued to escalate over the next few weeks. My parents finally started to believe something strange was happening when they both woke up one night to find all the kitchen cupboards and drawers wide open, despite having closed them before going to bed. We tried everything. Mum bought sage and cleansed the house. Dad checked for carbon monoxide leaks. We even had a priest come to bless the house, despite not being particularly religious. Nothing helped. If anything, things got worse after each attempt to stop it. By August, I was at my breaking point. I wasn't sleeping. I jumped at every noise. I couldn't concentrate at uni. One night, after everyone else had gone to bed, I sat on the bottom of the stairs and just started talking, out loud, to whatever was in our house. "Look," I said, feeling slightly ridiculous but desperate. "I know you were here before us. This was your home first, and I respect that. But you're scaring me, and you're scaring my family. We're not trying to push you out, but I can't live like this anymore. It's making me ill with stress and fear." I sat there in the dark, explaining how terrified I was, how I couldn't sleep, how every noise made me jump. I asked them, whatever they were, to please either leave or at least stop frightening us. "We can share the house," I said. "Just please stop with the scary stuff." I felt stupid when I finished talking, sitting alone in the dark, having a one-sided conversation with nothing, but I also felt lighter somehow. I went to bed expecting to be woken by more strange noises, but nothing happened that night, or the next night, or the night after that. It's been over 7 years now, and we haven't experienced a single unexplainable incident since that night. No footsteps, no disembodied voices, no doors opening or objects moving, nothing. I later found out from a neighbor that the previous owners of our house had been an elderly couple who both died of natural causes in the home, the husband in 1998 and the wife in 2004. I think it was them in our house. I think when we converted their attic, maybe where they kept their memories or precious items, we disturbed something, and I think they were trying to tell us they were still there. What's strange is that I'm not afraid of the attic anymore. Sometimes I even feel a sort of comforting presence there, like someone's watching over the house rather than haunting it. I know how crazy this all sounds, but it happened, every single bit of it. I've never understood why they stopped after I talked to them that night. Maybe they just wanted to be acknowledged. Maybe they wanted someone to know they were still there. Or maybe they saw how much they were frightening us and decided to stop. I don't know. What I do know is that sometimes the most effective way to deal with the unexplainable isn't exorcisms or cleansings or any of that dramatic stuff from the movies. Sometimes it's just about respect and communication, even when you're not sure if anyone's listening. Story 6. I've been a truck driver for almost 20 years now. You learn to handle a lot of things in this job: sleep deprivation, loneliness, terrible weather. But what happened to me 3 years ago on I-90 in Wyoming, I still can't explain it. I still get cold sweats thinking about it. I'm only sharing this now because I need to tell someone who might understand, or at least not think I'm completely insane. It was supposed to be a routine haul from Denver to St. Louis, nothing special about it. I'd done similar routes hundreds of times before. The weather report called for clear skies all the way through, and I was actually looking forward to some peaceful night driving. Wyoming's got some beautiful stargazing when there's no cloud cover. I'd been on the road about 5 hours when things started getting weird. It was around 1 in the morning and I was making good time. The interstate was practically empty. Just me, my rig, and miles of dark highway stretching ahead. I remember checking my GPS and thinking I'd be through Wyoming before sunrise if I kept up my pace. That's when the fog rolled in. It wasn't gradual like normal fog. 1 minute the road was clear, and the next it was like someone had thrown a white blanket over my windshield. I immediately slowed down. Any trucker worth his salt knows fog is nothing to mess with, but this was different from any fog I'd encountered before. It was thick but spotty, like it was moving independently in patches, and it had this weird yellowish tint to it that my headlights couldn't seem to penetrate more than 20 feet ahead. I clicked on my CB radio to check if any other drivers were experiencing the same thing. Usually in situations like this, you'll get some chatter from other truckers warning each other about road conditions, but there was nothing but static. Just as I was about to switch channels, a voice came through. It was deep, gravelly, like someone who'd been smoking 3 packs a day for 50 years. "Get off the road, driver." That's all it said. Just those 5 words, then nothing. I tried to respond, asking who was out there and what they meant, but I got no reply. Just dead static. I'll admit, it rattled me a bit. But I've dealt with plenty of weird CB conversations over the years. Sometimes you get pranksters, sometimes you get old-timers who say cryptic things just to mess with you. I figured it was just someone being dramatic about the fog, so I kept driving. What else could I do? I was in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, with no exits visible through the fog. I slowed down to about 35 miles per hour, keeping a death grip on the steering wheel. The fog kept getting thicker. I was completely focused on the small patch of road I could see in my headlights when I noticed something in the distance. Another set of headlights, coming right at me, in my lane. At first, I thought it was just someone confused by the fog, accidentally driving on the wrong side of the interstate. I flashed my high beams and hit my horn. The lights kept coming. "Hey!" I shouted into my CB. "Whoever's heading east in the westbound lane, you're gonna kill somebody. Turn around." No response. The headlights kept coming straight at me. I could see them now. They were from another semi. I could make out the distinctive shape of the cab through the fog. I had maybe seconds to react. I yanked my wheel hard to the right, my trailer swinging wildly behind me. I felt my tires hit the shoulder, gravel pinging against my undercarriage as I fought to keep from jackknifing. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The other truck blew past me, so close I swear I could have reached out my window and touched it. But here's the thing, I didn't feel any air displacement. You know that whoosh of air pressure when another big rig passes you at speed? There was nothing like that. and no sound from its engine either. It was just there and then gone. I managed to wrestle my truck back onto the road, hands shaking like I'd downed 10 cups of coffee. I checked my mirrors, trying to see the taillights of the truck that nearly killed me. But there was nothing there. No lights, no truck, nothing but fog. That's when I started to get really scared. I'm not a guy who spooks easily, but something felt deeply wrong. I decided to take the next exit I could find and wait out the fog. That's when I saw him. Standing on the side of the road was a figure, tall, unnaturally thin, wearing what looked like a long coat that hung down to the ground. I couldn't make out any features because of the fog, but I could tell he was watching me, just standing there, not moving, not trying to flag me down for help, just watching as I drove past. I blinked, and he was gone, vanished like he'd never been there at all. My CB radio crackled to life again, making me jump so hard I nearly swerved off the road. It was the same voice. "Last chance, driver. Get off the road." I waited, heart hammering in my chest, and sure enough, the voice came back a few seconds later. They never listen. Now I'm not ashamed to admit I was close to panic at this point. I was trapped in this bizarre fog with phantom trucks, disappearing figures, and a voice on my radio that seemed to know something I didn't. I switched the CB off completely, not wanting to hear anything else. That's when I saw it ahead of me. A jackknife truck stretched across both lanes of the interstate, blocking the way entirely. I hit my brakes hard, skidding to a stop maybe 50 feet from the wreck. There were no emergency lights, no flares, nothing to warn other drivers, just an abandoned wreck sitting in the middle of the highway. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and climbed down from my cab. I know it was stupid, but I thought there might be someone hurt who needed help. As I approached, I realized it was an old Peterbilt, probably from the 1980s, the kind my dad used to drive when I was a kid. Its cab was crumpled on one side like it had hit something hard, and the trailer was twisted at a horrible angle across the lanes. "Hello?" I called out. "Anyone here? You need help?" Nothing but silence and fog. I reached the driver's side door of the cab and shined my light inside. The seat was empty, but there was something wrong about the interior. It looked old and worn, but not like it had just been in an accident, more like it had been abandoned for years. There was dust everywhere, and what looked like cobwebs in the corners. That's when I noticed something tucked into the dashboard. A photograph. I reached in through the broken window and pulled it out, shining my flashlight on it. I dropped my flashlight. It clattered on the asphalt as I stumbled backward. The photo showed a man standing proudly next to his truck. Me. It was me, standing next to my current rig. The same truck I'd driven to Wyoming that night, the same clothes I was wearing right now, but the photo looked aged, the edges yellowed and curling like it had been there for years. I couldn't breathe. This wasn't possible. I snatched up my flashlight and looked more closely at the wrecked Peterbilt. The license plate was caked with dirt, but when I wiped it clean, it was my plate number. This was my truck, or some impossible version of it. That's when I heard it. The sound of an engine. Not from one direction, but seemingly from everywhere at once, echoing through the fog. It was getting louder, closing in. I ran like hell back to my truck, fumbling with the door handle, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get it open. I hauled myself into the cab and fired up the engine, throwing it into gear and hitting the gas before I'd even closed the door properly. I drove around the wrecked truck, half on the shoulder, scraping my trailer against the guardrail. I didn't care. I just needed to get away. The engine sound followed me. I kept checking my mirrors, expecting to see headlights bearing down on me, but there was nothing there, just fog and darkness. But I could still hear it, like it was right on top of me. I drove for what felt like hours, my speedometer creeping higher, even though I knew it was dangerous in the fog. I didn't care. I just wanted to get away from whatever was happening on that stretch of highway. Eventually, the fog began to thin. I saw a sign for a gas station ahead and practically cried with relief. I pulled in, parked, and just sat there, shaking, trying to process what had happened. When dawn broke, the fog was gone completely. The day was clear and sunny, just like the forecast had predicted. I went inside the gas station and asked the attendant if there had been any reports of an accident on I-90. She looked at me like I was crazy and said the interstate had been clear all night. I've never driven that stretch of I-90 again. I'll take detours that add hours to my journey just to avoid it. I requested different routes from my company, made up excuses about family in different states I needed to visit, anything to avoid that highway. Sometimes when I'm driving late at night, I'll hear static on my CB even when it's turned off, and I swear just on the edge of hearing there's that gravelly voice saying, "They never listen." I don't know what happened to me that night. Was it some kind of time loop, a glimpse of my future, or something else entirely? All I know is that somewhere out there on I-90 in Wyoming, there's a wreck with my name on it. And one day, despite all my precautions, I'm afraid I'm going to end up back there, trapped in that fog forever. I still have the photograph. Sometimes I think about burning it, but I'm scared of what might happen if I do. So it sits in my wallet, getting more yellowed and faded every day. A reminder of the night I almost became another ghost on that haunted highway. Story 7. I don't know why I'm finally typing this out after all these years. Maybe I need closure. Maybe I just need someone to tell me I'm not crazy. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family because, honestly, who would believe me? I barely believe it myself sometimes, but then I remember the feeling, and I know it happened. This all started back in 2004 when I was 4 years old. My family had just moved into this double-wide mobile home in Riverdale. It wasn't fancy, but it was home. I shared a room with my older brother. He had the top bunk, I had the bottom. Pretty standard kid stuff. About a month after moving in, I started waking up at exactly 4 in the morning, every single night, like clockwork. This wasn't normal for me. I was always a good sleeper. My mom used to brag to her friends about how I slept through the night since I was a baby. I'd usually wake up around 7:30 when she'd come in to get me ready for preschool. But suddenly, 4 a.m. became my new, unwanted alarm. At first, I just thought I needed to pee or something, but it kept happening, night after night, always at exactly 4 a.m. I'd check the little digital clock we had on the dresser between our beds. The red numbers were always the same, 4 o'clock. After about a week of this, I told my mom about it during breakfast. She just ruffled my hair and said, "Everyone wakes up sometimes, Jamie. Just go back to sleep when it happens." So that's what I tried to do, but it wasn't that simple. I wasn't waking up because of noises or because I needed the bathroom. It was more like something was pulling me awake. I can't explain it better than that, like my brain was being yanked out of sleep. And the weird thing was, my brother never woke up. He just kept snoring away on the top bunk while I lay there, staring at the underside of his mattress, too afraid to get out of bed. This went on for about 2 months. Every night, 4 a.m., wide awake, heart racing. I stopped telling my mom because she'd just send me back to bed. My dad worked nights, so he was never around when this happened. I'd just lie there until I eventually fell back asleep. Then one night, something changed. I woke up at 3 a.m. instead. I remember feeling relieved, thinking maybe the weird 4 a.m. thing was over. I fell back asleep pretty quickly, but then, God, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I woke up again, gasping for breath, my back slamming into the mattress. It felt like I'd been dropped from above my bed. The mattress actually bounced from the impact. It was like I'd been floating and suddenly whatever was holding me up just let go. I was drenched in cold sweat, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My blanket wasn't on me anymore. It was crumpled on the floor like it had been thrown off. And when I looked at the clock, those red numbers stared back at me. 4 o'clock. 4 freaking a.m. again. I wanted to scream for my mom, but no sound came out. I was frozen, paralyzed with fear. My brother was still asleep above me, completely oblivious. How could he sleep through that? The bed had literally bounced. Eventually, I managed to crawl out of bed and run to my parents' room. I was sobbing so hard I could barely speak. My mom just thought I'd had a nightmare. She tucked me back in bed and stayed with me until I fell asleep again. But I knew it wasn't a nightmare. I knew something had lifted me off my bed. The next morning, no one believed me. My mom said I must have jumped in my sleep. My brother said he didn't hear anything. But how could I jump while lying down, and I was on the bottom bunk? There wasn't room to jump up without hitting my head on the top bunk. Plus, I was a 4-year-old kid. I wasn't athletic enough to somehow launch myself upward while sleeping and then come straight down. I begged to sleep in my parents' room that night, but my mom said I needed to be a big boy and sleep in my own bed, so I did. And you know what happened? 4 a.m. wide awake again. But at least I wasn't dropped that time. The dropping didn't happen every night, just every couple of weeks. But I still woke up at 4 a.m. religiously, every single night. The pattern was always the same on the nights it happened. I'd wake up at some point before 4, fall back asleep, and then suddenly feel like I was being yanked upward in my sleep. Then, right at 4 a.m., I'd be dropped back onto the mattress. There was no explanation. No one else in my family experienced anything like it. My parents started getting frustrated with me constantly coming to their room at night. They thought I was making it up for attention or because I was jealous of my new baby sister who was born right around that time. But I wasn't making it up. How could I fake waking up at the exact same time every night? How could I fake the feeling of my back hitting the mattress with such force that it bounced? The way my blanket would be thrown completely off the bed, not just pushed aside, the cold sweat, the breathlessness. One night, about 3 months after it first started, I had an even more terrifying experience. I woke up at around 3:30 a.m. I was checking the clock obsessively by this point. I was too scared to go back to sleep, but eventually exhaustion took over. When I woke up again, something was different. I wasn't fully awake, but I wasn't asleep either. I was in this weird in-between state, and I could feel myself rising off the bed. Feel it, like hands were underneath me, pushing me upward, but not hands exactly, more like energy, a force. I don't know how to describe it, but I was definitely hovering above my mattress. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I could only feel myself floating there, maybe a foot above my bed, paralyzed. The air felt thick and cold around me, and then I heard it. This low humming sound, almost like a whisper, but not quite words, just vibrations. And then, like always, at exactly 4 a.m., I dropped. The bed creaked and bounced. My back stung from the impact. My blanket was on the floor and I was gasping for air like I'd been underwater. This time, I didn't go to my parents. I just curled up in the corner of my bed as far away from the edge as possible and stayed awake until morning. When my mom came to wake me up for preschool, she found me with dark circles under my eyes, still pressed against the wall. She asked if I'd had another nightmare. I just nodded. What else could I say? These episodes continued for months. Sometimes I'd just wake up at 4 a.m. Sometimes I'd be dropped. And a few terrifying times, I was conscious during the floating part. Those were the worst, being aware that something impossible was happening and being completely powerless to stop it. My parents eventually took me to a doctor, thinking I might be having night terrors or seizures or something. The doctor found nothing wrong with me physically. He suggested I might be sleepwalking and then waking up when I fell back into bed. But that didn't explain why it always happened at exactly 4 a.m., or why I felt like I was being lifted, or why I sometimes was aware during the floating part. Around my 5th birthday, my parents moved me to my own room, thinking maybe my brother was disturbing my sleep somehow. It didn't help. 4 a.m. still came, and sometimes so did the lifting. One night stands out from all the rest. It was winter, I remember, because there was snow on the ground outside my window. I woke up around 3:15 a.m. feeling unusually cold. The heat in our trailer was always inconsistent, but this was different. It felt like all the warmth had been sucked out of the room. My breath was actually visible in front of my face. I was too scared to get out of bed for another blanket, so I just curled up tighter, trying to stay warm. I must have fallen back asleep because the next thing I knew, I was floating. But this time, it was different. I was higher than ever before, almost touching the ceiling, and I was fully conscious. I could see my entire room from above, my stuffed animals lined up on the shelf, the toy trucks on the floor I'd forgotten to put away. The glow-in-the-dark stars my mom had stuck on the ceiling that were now inches from my face. I tried to scream, but couldn't make a sound. It was like my voice was frozen inside me, and then I felt it. A presence, not a person, not anything I could see, just something else in the room with me, something holding me up there. I could feel pressure points where I was being held, under my back, my legs, my head, like invisible hands. The humming sound came again, louder this time, almost like it was coming from inside my own head, and then, right as the clock turned to 4 a.m., I was released. I fell harder than ever before, landing with such force that my bed frame actually cracked. The noise was loud enough that it woke up my parents. They came running in to find me hysterical, pointing at the ceiling, trying to explain what had happened between sobs. My dad checked the bed and found that one of the supporting slats had indeed cracked. He assumed I'd been jumping on the bed and broke it, then made up a story to avoid getting in trouble. I got in trouble anyway, for lying, for breaking furniture, for waking everyone up with my stories. After that night, things slowly began to change. The 4 a.m. wakings continued, but the floating incidents became less frequent. By the time I turned 6, they were happening maybe once a month instead of every couple of weeks. By 7, they were down to every few months. The last time it happened was right before my 8th birthday. I remember because I'd finally started to believe maybe it was all over. I hadn't had an episode in almost 6 months. I was sleeping better. I wasn't constantly exhausted and afraid. And then, one final time, I woke up floating, higher than ever, the humming louder than ever, the invisible pressure point stronger than ever. And when I fell, it was with such force that my entire bed shifted position on the floor. That was it. It never happened again after that night. The 4 a.m. wakings gradually stopped too. By the time I was 9, I was sleeping normally through the night. I'm 23 now. I've gone to college. I live in my own apartment. I've tried to convince myself it was all just night terrors or some weird sleep disorder. But deep down, I know what I felt, what I experienced was real. I still avoid looking at the clock if I happen to wake up at night. I still can't sleep in a bunk bed, and to this day, whenever I wake up suddenly and feel my back against the mattress, there's this split second of terror where I wonder if it's happening again. What was it? Why me? Why 4 a.m.? Why did it stop? I don't have answers to any of these questions. All I know is what I experienced, and it still haunts me almost 20 years later. Sometimes I wonder if it's waiting for me somewhere, ready to pick up where it left off when I least expect it. I just needed to get this off my chest. Thanks for reading, if you made it this far, and if you've experienced anything similar. God, I hope you haven't. But if you have, please let me know. Maybe together we can make sense of the unexplainable. Story 8. I still don't know what to make of what happened last month. I've been going over it again and again in my head, trying to convince myself there's some rational explanation, but I just can't find one. I haven't told many people because, well, it sounds completely mental. But I need to get this out there in case anyone else has seen something similar. I'm a local in Swansea, have been all my life. The bay is practically my backyard. I've walked that seafront countless times in all seasons, all weather. You think you know a place after 30-odd years, but sometimes the most familiar places can suddenly become the strangest. It happened on a Tuesday afternoon in early June. The weather was unusually nice for Wales, sunny, warm, with that perfect light breeze that keeps you from getting too hot. My friend Becky was visiting from Cardiff for the day, so I suggested we grab lunch at this little cafe near the marina and then walk along the bay. We'd been catching up for hours, talking about everything and nothing as you do with old friends. Around 3 in the afternoon, we decided to take a break from walking and sat on those concrete steps that lead down to the beach. You know, the ones about halfway along the promenade. The tide was out quite far, leaving that wide stretch of wet sand and shallow puddles that reflect the sky like mirrors. We were just sitting there, eating ice creams and watching a few people walking their dogs along the water's edge. The sun was bright enough that I had to shield my eyes with my hand as I looked out over the bay. That's when I first noticed them. At first, I thought it was just some weird reflection on the water, or maybe something wrong with my eyes from staring into the sun. But when I blinked and looked again, they were still there. These bizarre black diamond shapes hovering above the shallow water about 50 yards out. "Becky," I said, nudging her arm, "do you see that? Out there over the water." She squinted, following where I was pointing. "What the hell are those things?" So it wasn't just me. There were these objects, I guess you'd call them. 8 to 12 of them. I counted several times, but kept getting different numbers, each about 1 foot to 1.5 feet in size. They weren't solid black, more like translucent black, if that makes any sense. You could kind of see through them, but they were definitely there, like dark shadows against the bright water. They were shaped exactly like the diamonds on playing cards, not like gemstones with all those facets, but flat, geometric diamond shapes. The strangest part was how they moved. They were arranged in this perfect grid formation, moving together as a single unit. They hovered somewhere between 6 inches and 2 feet above the water's surface. I remember thinking they looked almost military in their precision, like one of those fighter jet demonstrations where all the planes move in perfect synchronization. "Are they drones or something?" Becky asked, but even as she said it, we both knew they weren't. They didn't have any visible parts, no propellers, no lights, nothing that would indicate they were mechanical. I fumbled for my phone to take a video, but my hands were shaking. By the time I opened the camera app, the formation had shifted. It was like watching a digital glitch in real life. 1 second they were in one spot, then they'd instantly zip to another position, still maintaining that perfect grid arrangement. They didn't fly or float between points. They just disappeared and reappeared a few feet away. "This is mad," I whispered. "What the actual hell are we looking at?" We sat there frozen, ice creams melting down our hands, completely transfixed by these things. They continued their strange movement pattern. Hover, zip, always staying in that shallow part of the bay where the water was only a few inches deep. At one point, the whole formation shifted closer to the shoreline, near where a middle-aged man was walking his golden retriever. I held my breath, waiting for his reaction when he saw them. But the most unsettling thing happened, or rather, didn't happen. He walked right past them, his dog splashing through the shallow water directly beneath one of the diamond shapes. Neither of them reacted at all. The dog didn't bark or even look up. The man just continued his walk, completely oblivious. "They can't see them," Becky said, her voice barely audible. "How can they not see them?" I felt a cold shiver run down my spine despite the warm day. Were these things only visible to us? Why us? What made us special, or cursed, to witness whatever this was? As we watched, one of the diamond shapes seemed to dip down and touch the water's surface. But instead of causing a splash or ripple, it seemed to merge with the water itself, disappearing for a moment before reappearing a few feet away. Then another did the same thing. It was like they were phasing in and out of our reality. I finally managed to steady my hand enough to open my camera. I zoomed in as much as I could and pressed record, but when I looked at the screen, there was nothing there. Just the bay, the shallow water, the wet sand. I looked up from my phone, and the diamond shapes were still clearly visible to my naked eye. I tried taking a photo instead, thinking maybe that would work, but again, nothing showed up. "They're not showing up on my phone," I told Becky, who was still staring wide-eyed at the formation. "Try mine," she said, handing me her phone without taking her eyes off the phenomena. Same result. Crystal clear bay water on screen, bizarre hovering shapes in real life. By this point, my heart was racing. I felt this strange mix of fear and fascination. There was something deeply unsettling about these objects, yet I couldn't look away. They didn't feel threatening exactly, but they definitely didn't feel natural. They moved with too much purpose, too much precision. We sat watching them for what must have been about 5 minutes, though it felt much longer. Throughout that time, several other people walked along the shoreline, and not a single person reacted to the diamond formation. A young couple took selfies with the bay in the background, directly facing the phenomena, but their expressions remained cheerful and ordinary. Then, all at once, the formation changed. The diamond shapes, which had been hovering separately, began to move closer together. They formed an even tighter grid, almost touching each other. Then, in perfect unison, they descended to the water's surface, but instead of floating on top, they seemed to melt into the water like ice cubes in hot tea. Within seconds, they had completely vanished. Becky and I sat in stunned silence for at least a minute after they disappeared. "Did that just happen?" she finally asked, her voice shaky. I think so," was all I could manage to reply. We stayed there for another half hour, hoping they might reappear, but they never did. Eventually, we got up and walked along the shoreline to the exact spot where we'd seen them. There was nothing unusual about the water or the sand. No marks, no disturbances, nothing to indicate anything strange had been there just minutes before. On the walk back to my flat, we tried to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe it was some kind of rare atmospheric phenomenon or a reflection from something overhead, though the sky had been clear blue with no aircraft in sight. Maybe it was some kind of collective hallucination, though neither of us had ever experienced anything like that before. We even joked about alien surveillance drones, but the nervous laugh we shared made it clear neither of us found that idea particularly funny. The thing that keeps bothering me is why only we could see them. There were at least half a dozen other people in the vicinity, and not one of them reacted. Were they visible only from our specific angle? Were they somehow projected just for us to see? Or is there something about Becky and me that allowed us to perceive something others couldn't? Since that day, I've gone back to the bay at least 10 times, always around the same time in the afternoon. I sit on those same concrete steps and stare out at the water, hoping to see those diamond shapes again. I've even brought binoculars a couple of times. So far, nothing. I've searched online for similar sightings, both in Swansea and elsewhere. I've found plenty of UFO reports and strange lights in the sky, but nothing that matches what we saw. Translucent black diamond shapes moving in formation just above the water's surface. Becky's gone back to Cardiff now. We've talked about it a few times on the phone, but I can tell she's trying to put it behind her, write it off as some weird, unexplainable thing that happened one time, but I can't let it go. I keep thinking about those perfect geometric shapes, their mechanical, yet somehow intelligent movement, the way they disappeared into the water as if they belonged there. I'm convinced they'll return. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week, but someday. And when they do, I want to be there. I want answers. What were they? Where did they come from? Why could only we see them? Until then, I'll keep watching the bay, hoping for another glimpse of the black diamonds, and I'll keep wondering if anyone else has seen them too. Story 9. I've been trying to make sense of what happened that night for months now. I'm still not sure if posting this will help, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. Maybe writing it down will help me process it. I don't know. It was a Friday night in November, about 6 months ago. I was 16, babysitting my 10-year-old brother Max at our house in Ravencrest, while my parents attended some charity dinner for my dad's work. We've lived in this old Victorian home since I was 12, and I've always felt uncomfortable in it, especially during storms. The house has these weird angles and corners that create shadows that seem to move on their own, and the walls make these awful settling noises that sound almost like whispers if you listen too long. That night, a nasty storm had rolled in. The wind was howling, rain lashing against the windows, and every few minutes, lightning would flash and illuminate the whole house in this eerie blue light. Max had gone to bed around 8:30, and I was downstairs in the living room, wrapped in a blanket watching some Netflix show I can't even remember now. I was trying to ignore the creaks and groans of the house, sounds I've gotten used to over the years but never actually felt comfortable with. Around 9:45, my phone buzzed. I figured it was my mom checking in, but when I looked at the screen, it was from a number I didn't recognize. "Do you know where your brother is?" My stomach immediately knotted up. I stared at the message for a good 30 seconds, trying to convince myself it was just some wrong number or a weird prank from one of my friends. But something about it made my skin crawl. I texted back, "Who is this?" and waited, but there was no response. After a few minutes of silence, I decided to check on Max, just to be safe, you know. I crept upstairs, trying to avoid the steps that creak the loudest. Max's room is at the end of the hallway, and the door was slightly ajar just how I'd left it. I pushed it open slowly and peeked inside. He was there, sleeping peacefully in his bed, one arm thrown over his favorite stuffed dinosaur, his chest rising and falling steadily. The nightlight in the corner cast a soft glow across the room. Everything was normal. I felt stupid for being scared, but I was still relieved. I closed his door a little more and went back downstairs. I texted back, "He's fine. Who is this? How did you get my number?" No response. I tried to focus back on my show, but I couldn't concentrate. Every noise from the house made me jump. The wind seemed to be getting stronger and the rain was coming down in sheets now. I turned up the volume on the TV to drown out the storm. About 20 minutes later, my phone buzzed again. Same unknown number. He's not in bed anymore. My heart started racing. I jumped up from the couch, dropping my blanket on the floor, and ran upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. I burst into Max's room and flipped on the light. His bed was empty, the covers were thrown back, and his stuffed dinosaur was on the floor. I called his name, but there was no answer. I checked under the bed, in the closet behind the curtains. Nothing. I ran to the bathroom, my parents' bedroom, my own room, calling for him with increasing panic. He wasn't anywhere on the second floor. I raced back downstairs, checking the kitchen, the dining room, the study, even looking behind the couch and under tables. Max was nowhere to be found. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone to call my parents. I dialed my mom's number, but it went straight to voicemail, same with my dad's. Another text came through. "Check the attic." I almost dropped my phone. We rarely went into the attic. It was this cramped, dusty space that was only accessible through a narrow staircase behind a door at the end of the upstairs hallway. Max was terrified of it. He'd never go up there willingly, especially not at night. I didn't want to go up there. Every instinct was telling me not to. But if Max was up there, scared and alone, I had to find him. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and slowly made my way back upstairs. The house seemed different now, like the shadows were deeper, the corners darker. The storm was raging outside, and a particularly loud crash of thunder made me yelp as I reached the attic door. The door was slightly open. I know. It had been closed earlier that day. We always keep it closed. "Max?" I called out, my voice sounding small and afraid even to my own ears. "Max, are you up there?" "It's Jenna. Please come down if you're up there." No response. Just the patter of rain on the roof and the distant rumble of thunder. I pushed the door open wider and shined my flashlight up the narrow staircase. The beam caught dust particles floating in the air, making them look like tiny stars in the darkness. I took a deep breath and started climbing, the old wooden steps creaking under my weight. The attic was cold, much colder than the rest of the house. My breath came out in visible puffs as I reached the top step and swept my flashlight around. The space was cluttered with old furniture, boxes of holiday decorations, and trunks full of who knows what. The ceiling sloped down on both sides, creating these dark, impossible-to-see corners. And there, in the farthest corner, was Max. He was crouched down, rocking back and forth slightly, his back to me. Relief flooded through me, but it was quickly replaced by confusion and a growing sense of dread. Why was he up here? How did he get past me? "Max," I whispered, slowly approaching him. "Max, what are you doing up here? You scared me half to death." He didn't respond or turn around. He just kept rocking, a soft humming sound coming from him that I couldn't quite make out. I reached out and touched his shoulder. "Max, come on. Let's go back downstairs. He turned then, and what I saw made me stumble backward. His eyes were wrong. They weren't the bright blue eyes I knew so well. They were dull, almost glazed over, staring through me rather than at me. His face was expressionless, blank in a way that no 10-year-old's face should ever be. "Max?" My voice cracked. "Max, what's wrong?" And then I heard it. Footsteps. Not from downstairs or outside, but right there in the attic with us. Soft thuds against the wooden floor, circling around us, and whispers, so many whispers, overlapping each other, too quiet to make out the words, but clearly there. I spun around, flashing my light in every direction, but saw nothing. The footsteps continued getting closer, and the whispers grew more insistent. I turned back to Max, desperate now. "Max, we need to go, now." That's when he spoke, but the voice that came out wasn't his. It was deep, resonant, and utterly, terrifyingly wrong coming from my little brother's mouth. "It's too late. They're here." The flashlight flickered and went out, plunging us into complete darkness. I screamed and grabbed Max's arm, pulling him up and toward where I thought the stairs were. I could feel him resisting, his body unnaturally stiff and cold under my grip. The whispers were all around us now, some sounding like they were right next to my ear. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was menacing, mocking. I finally found the top of the staircase and practically dragged Max down with me, stumbling in the darkness. We made it to the second-floor hallway, and I slammed the attic door shut behind us. The regular lights were still on, and I could see Max clearly now. He looked normal again, scared and confused. "Jenna? What happened? Why are we by the attic?" His voice was his own, high and childlike. "You don't remember?" I was still breathing hard, my heart pounding. "You were up there, in the corner. Don't you remember going up there?" He shook his head, eyes wide with fear. "No, I was asleep in my bed, and then I felt someone pulling me, and then I was with you by the stairs. I didn't know what to say. I felt like I was losing my mind." I led Max back to his room and told him to get into bed while I called our parents again. I went downstairs to get my phone where I'd left it on the coffee table. When I picked it up, there was another text from the unknown number. "Did you like what you found?" My hands were shaking so badly I could barely type. "Who are you? What do you want?" I tried calling my parents again, but this time, instead of voicemail, I heard that same whispering from the attic, growing louder until it drowned out everything else. I hung up in horror. I decided we needed to get out of the house. I ran back upstairs to get Max, but when I reached the top of the stairs, everything went quiet. The storm outside, the creaking of the house, even the sound of my own panicked breathing, all gone, replaced by a suffocating silence. And there, at the end of the hallway, stood Max. But it wasn't really him, not the Max I knew. His eyes were completely black now, empty voids in his pale face. His mouth was stretched into an unnatural smile that was too wide, showing too many teeth. "There's no escaping them," he said in that wrong, deep voice. "They're already inside." He started walking toward me, that horrible smile never faltering. I wanted to run, to scream, to do something, but I couldn't move. It was like my feet were rooted to the floor. As Max reached the bottom of the stairs, a cold laugh echoed through the house. Not from him, but from everywhere at once. The shadows around us seemed to deepen and move, flowing toward me like liquid darkness. The last thing I remember is Max reaching out to touch my arm, his fingers ice cold, and those black eyes staring into mine as the darkness swallowed me completely. I woke up the next morning on the living room couch. My parents were shaking me awake, concerned because they'd been calling my name for several minutes. Max was at the breakfast table, eating cereal and watching cartoons like nothing had happened. When I tried to tell my parents what happened, they looked at me like I was crazy. They said the storm must have knocked the power out and given me nightmares. They showed me their phones. No missed calls from me, no strange texts. When I checked my own phone, the conversation with the unknown number was gone. Max remembers nothing. The attic looks normal. Everything is normal. But but I know what I saw, what I felt, and sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I still hear those whispers. And Max, sometimes I catch him staring at nothing, rocking slightly, humming that same tune I heard in the attic, I Don't Babysit Anymore. Story 10. I've been driving 18-wheelers for over 15 years now. You spend enough time on the road, you develop routines, habits, ways to stay awake, stay alert. I've done overnight hauls across nearly every state, seen things most folks wouldn't believe. Crazy accidents, wildlife crossing highways, weather that'll make you question your life choices. But what happened to me 6 months ago on Route 62 between Denver and St. Louis? I still can't explain it. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. It was supposed to be a standard haul, nothing special, just cargo that needed to be in St. Louis by morning. I'd done this route dozens of times before. Left Denver around 7 in the evening, planning to drive through the night. The weather was clear, roads were good, I had my thermos of coffee, my playlist of podcasts queued up, everything normal. Around midnight I pulled into this rest stop I always use on that route. It's nothing fancy, just a place with clean enough bathrooms and vending machines that actually work. There were only a couple other vehicles there, a minivan with a family sleeping inside, and this old Peterbilt truck parked at the far end of the lot under one of the flickering lights. I remember noticing it because it looked like something from the 90s, faded blue paint job, some rust around the edges, but maintained well enough that it was still on the road. The lights inside the cab were on, and I could see someone sitting in the driver's seat, just staring straight ahead. After using the restroom and grabbing a fresh coffee, I walked past the truck on my way back to my rig. The driver was still sitting there, perfectly still, just staring forward. Something about it bothered me. We truckers look out for each other, you know, so I walked over and knocked on his door. No response, not even a glance my way. I knocked harder. "Hey buddy, you all right in there?" Nothing, just kept staring straight ahead. His face was blank. Not tired, not asleep with his eyes open, just empty. I figured maybe he was wearing earbuds or something, so I shrugged it off and headed back to my truck. Still, something about that guy's face stuck with me as I pulled back onto the highway. About 20 minutes later, I noticed headlights in my mirror. Route 62 gets pretty desolate in that stretch, not much traffic at that hour. The truck behind me was keeping pace, staying maybe 100 yards back. I didn't think much of it at first, probably just another trucker on an overnight haul. But then I realized something. The shape of those headlights looked familiar, that blue Peterbilt from the rest stop. I remember thinking it was weird because I hadn't seen him leave the rest area, and I hadn't noticed him getting back on the highway behind me. I kept driving, trying not to let it bother me, but the truck maintained that exact same distance behind me for the next 30 miles, not getting closer, not falling back. Just there, constant. I adjusted my mirror to get a better look, and that's when my blood turned cold. The driver was staring directly at me in my mirror, not just looking in my general direction, looking right at me, like he knew I was watching him, and he was smiling. This wasn't a friendly smile, like a "hey fellow trucker" kind of thing. This was wrong. His mouth was stretched too wide, teeth showing, eyes unblinking. I'm not a nervous driver. 15 years on the road, you see all kinds of crazy. But something about this guy set off every alarm bell in my body. I pressed the accelerator a little harder, pushing up to 75 miles per hour. The blue truck sped up too, maintaining that exact same distance. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid. Maybe he was just heading the same direction, keeping a safe following distance. But at the next exit, I decided to test my theory. I signaled, slowed down, and took the exit, a small road that would eventually loop back to the highway if I needed. The blue Peterbilt took the exit too. My heart was pounding now. This wasn't normal. No one follows another truck off the highway at random in the middle of nowhere at 1 in the morning. I turned right at the end of the ramp onto a narrow 2-lane road that cut through some farmland. The blue truck turned right too. I sped up. He sped up. I slowed down. He slowed down. Always the same distance behind me. After about 10 minutes on this back road, I came to an intersection and turned left, onto an even smaller road. The blue truck followed. Now I was legitimately scared. This was deliberate. I was being followed, and I was getting further away from the main highway with each turn. I grabbed my phone to call 911, but out here in the middle of nowhere, I had no signal, just my luck. I tossed the phone onto the passenger seat and gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles white. That's when I noticed something else. Looking in my mirror, the truck's headlights seemed different. They had this strange bluish tint now, not the normal halogen yellow of most headlights, and they were getting brighter, like they were intensifying. I pushed my truck as fast as I dared on this narrow country road, taking turns too fast, desperate to find my way back to the highway or to any town where there might be people. My GPS was recalculating, trying to redirect me back to Route 62. Then, suddenly, the headlights behind me went out completely. The road behind me was pitch black. The blue truck was gone. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, but it didn't last long. As I rounded the next bend, my headlights illuminated something in the middle of the road about 50 yards ahead. It was a man, standing perfectly still in the middle of nowhere at 1:30 in the morning. I hit the brakes, slowing down, but not stopping. As I got closer, I realized with horror who it was. The driver from the blue Peterbilt, just standing there, waiting for me. He looked wrong. His clothes seemed old and dirty, his face pale in my headlights, and he was still smiling that terrible smile. I had two choices, hit him or stop, and despite everything, I couldn't bring myself to hit a person, so I stopped about 20 feet away from him. The moment my truck came to a full stop, my engine died, just cut out completely. No sputter, no warning. 1 second running fine, the next, dead silence. I tried the ignition. Nothing, not even a click. The dashboard lights were still on, but dimmer than they should be. My radio turned to static, and outside, the man started walking toward my truck. I locked my doors, tried my phone again, still no signal. I was trapped. He walked right up to my driver's side door and just stood there staring up at me. His eyes, they looked dead, not angry, not crazy, just empty, like there was nothing behind them. Up close, I could see his clothes were not just dirty, but old-fashioned, like something from decades ago. His skin had this grayish pallor that didn't look natural. Then he spoke. His mouth moved, and somehow I heard his voice inside my cab, like it was coming through my radio speakers, even though they were only playing static. "William Hayes," he said. I nearly jumped out of my skin. He knew my name. How the hell did he know my name? "Remember me?" he asked, his voice crackling through the static. I shook my head, my mouth too dry to speak. "Route 62. 15 years ago. Your first haul." And that's when it hit me. A memory I'd buried so deep I'd almost convinced myself it never happened. My first solo long haul as a trucker. This same route. I was young, inexperienced, pushing too hard to make good time. There was this slow truck in front of me and I got impatient, tried to pass it on a stretch of road I shouldn't have. I cut back in too soon. I remember the horn blaring, watching in my mirror as the other truck swerved to avoid me, went off the shoulder. There was an accident report. The driver overcorrected, rolled his truck. They said he died instantly. I gave my statement, said I'd seen it happen, but left out the part where I caused it. I was scared, young and stupid, and terrified of losing my new career. The report ruled it driver error on his part. Fatigue, they suspected. No one ever knew the truth except me, and now him. "You remember now?" he said. Not a question, but a statement. His smile widened. How do you know about that?" I managed to croak out. "Because I was the driver, William. The one you killed and drove away from. The one nobody ever blamed you for. The one you pretend never existed." My whole body went cold. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't be real. 15 years I've been waiting," he continued, his voice making the static on my radio pulse with each word. 15 years watching Route 62, waiting for you to come back alone at night, waiting for you to finally remember what you did." "I'm sorry," I whispered, tears starting to roll down my face. "I was young and stupid. I've carried that guilt every day." "Have you?" he asked, tilting his head. Or did you bury it so deep you almost forgot until I reminded you? He was right. I had buried it, convinced myself over the years that it wasn't really my fault, that these things happen on the road. I'm sorry, I said again, louder this time. I'm so sorry for what I did to you. He stared at me for what felt like eternity, his dead eyes boring into mine, that unnatural smile never wavering. Then, without warning, my engine roared to life on its own. The radio cleared up, returning to the podcast I'd been listening to earlier. Don't forget again, he said, his voice now coming from outside the truck, normal, but somehow still carrying through the glass. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I threw my truck into gear and hit the gas, swerving around him. In my mirror, I watched him standing in the middle of the road, growing smaller as I sped away. He didn't move, just stood there watching me go. I drove like a madman until I found my way back to Route 62, then pushed on through the night without stopping again. I didn't stop until I reached St. Louis, pulling into my delivery point just as the sun was coming up. My hands were still shaking as I filled out the paperwork. That was 6 months ago. I'm still driving, still doing long hauls, but I've rearranged my routes to avoid that stretch of Route 62 whenever possible. When I can't avoid it, I make sure I'm driving it in daylight, with plenty of other traffic around. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. Sometimes, even on other routes, even in broad daylight with traffic all around, I'll catch a glimpse of a faded blue Peterbilt in my mirror. Just for a second, just at the edge of my vision. And when I look directly, it's gone. I know what I saw that night. I know what happened. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I needed to tell someone because I think he's still out there, still watching me. Not to harm me, I don't think, but to make sure I never forget again. And I won't. I promise you that I won't. Story 11. I still get goosebumps thinking about this, even though it happened over 20 years ago when I was in second grade. I've never been able to fully explain it, and I'm still not sure I want to. Some things just stay with you, you know? My great-grandmother and I were incredibly close. She lived with my dad in this old 2-story house on the edge of town. It wasn't fancy or anything, just a normal family home with creaky floors and those old-fashioned radiators that make strange noises at night. She had this small bedroom on the first floor since climbing stairs became too difficult for her in her later years. When she passed away, it hit me harder than I expected. I was only 7, and I didn't fully grasp the concept of death, but I knew she was gone and wasn't coming back. The house felt emptier without her shuffling around in her slippers, making tea in the kitchen or calling me over to tell me stories from the old days, as she called them. About 2 weeks after her funeral, I was staying at my dad's for the weekend. My parents were divorced, and my brother and I would usually spend every other weekend at my dad's place. That particular weekend, my brother was sleeping over at his friend's house, so it was just me and Dad. The first night there felt strange. Her absence was everywhere. Her empty chair at the dinner table, the silence where her humming used to be, even the faint smell of her rose perfume that still lingered in certain corners of the house. Dad had barely touched her room. Her bed was still made up with that faded floral comforter she loved, and her reading glasses still sat on the nightstand next to a dog-eared paperback. I remember feeling uncomfortable being alone in my room that night. It wasn't just missing her. It was something else, a heaviness in the air I couldn't explain. I asked Dad if I could sleep in his bed, and he agreed. He always had this big king-size bed that seemed enormous to my 7-year-old self, and normally I loved sprawling out on it while we watched TV before bedtime. We watched some shows. I think it was that game show where people had to guess prices of things, and then Dad turned off the TV around 9 or 10. He fell asleep pretty quickly. He always did. 3 minutes, and he'd be snoring away while I'd lie there wide awake. That night, I just couldn't fall asleep. My mind kept racing, thinking about my great-grandmother, wondering where she had gone, if she was watching over us like Dad had said at the funeral. I stared at the ceiling, counting the swirly patterns in the plaster until my eyes hurt. The digital clock on Dad's nightstand showed it was past midnight. I'd been lying there for over 2 hours. And then it happened. It started with this sudden wave of, I don't even know how to describe it, Panic, dread, it was like every cell in my body was suddenly on high alert. The room temperature seemed to drop, and I felt this pressure in my chest, making it hard to breathe. I pulled the covers up tighter around me, thinking maybe I was just cold. That's when I heard it. Footsteps, not the normal creaks an old house makes at night, but distinct footsteps. Slow, shuffling footsteps coming from down the hall. From my great-grandmother's room. I froze. Every muscle in my body tensed up. I absolutely knew that no one else was in the house, just me and Dad was right there beside me, his back to me, still snoring softly. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate. Shuffle, pause, shuffle, pause. It was exactly how she used to walk, with her arthritis and her slippers that were always a little too big. I wanted to wake Dad, but I couldn't move. It was like I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't even make a sound. My voice was gone. I squeezed my eyes shut and pulled the covers over my head, like every scared kid does, thinking somehow that thin layer of fabric would protect me from whatever was coming down that hallway. The footsteps got closer, right outside the bedroom door now, which was partly open. I heard the door creak wider, and the footsteps entered the room. I was shaking uncontrollably under the covers, my heart hammering so loud I was sure it would wake Dad up. The footsteps slowly made their way around to my side of the bed and then stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the footsteps. I held my breath, straining to hear anything, and then I felt it. The mattress depressed near my feet, like someone had sat down on the edge of the bed. Not heavily, just a slight dip in the mattress. I was terrified, absolutely terrified. But something strange happened then. Mixed in with all that fear was this recognition. I can't explain it logically, but somehow I knew it was her, my great-grandmother, the same woman who used to tuck me in at night when I stayed over, who'd sit on the edge of my bed and tell me stories about growing up during the Depression. I still couldn't move, couldn't look, but the overwhelming fear began to subside, replaced by a different kind of intensity. I felt a gentle pressure moving up the bed, like someone was patting the comforter, smoothing it out. This was something she always did. She'd tuck me in and then smooth out the covers, saying, "Snug as a bug in a rug." Finally, I managed to reach out and shake Dad's shoulder. It took several tries before he stirred. When he rolled over and saw me, his face changed immediately. He later told me I was white as a sheet, with tears streaming down my face I hadn't even realized were there. "What's wrong, buddy?" he asked, sitting up quickly. I tried to explain, pointing to the foot of the bed, but when we both looked, there was nothing there. The pressure on the mattress was gone. Whoever had been there was gone. "Someone was sitting on the bed," I managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. "I think it was Great-Grandma." Dad looked at me for a long moment, then around the room. He didn't dismiss me or tell me it was just a dream. Instead, he put his arm around me and said, "She loved you very much, you know." We sat there in silence for a while. Dad left the bedside lamp on, and eventually I fell asleep against his shoulder. The next morning it all seemed like it could have been a nightmare, except it wasn't. I know what I felt, what I heard. Dad didn't bring it up, and neither did I, but something had changed in the house. It didn't feel as empty anymore. That experience affected me deeply. For years afterward, well into my late 20s, if I'm being honest, I couldn't sleep in complete darkness. I always needed at least a nightlight or the hall light left on. I'd get panicky in dark rooms, feeling that same sense of dread I felt that night. But here's the strange thing. Despite how terrified I was in the moment, I've never felt that what happened was malevolent. My great-grandmother was the kindest person I've ever known. She used to scratch my back gently to help me fall asleep when I stayed over. She'd make my favorite breakfast, even when her arthritis made it painful to stand at the stove. She never raised her voice, never said an unkind word about anyone. I think she came to check on me one last time. Maybe she sensed I was having trouble accepting she was gone. Maybe she just wanted to say goodbye properly. I've read about grief hallucinations, about how the mind can play tricks when you're processing loss. I've considered all the rational explanations. The house settling, a half-dream state, my imagination working overtime. but none of them feel right. None of them explain the weight on the bed, the specific sound of her shuffling footsteps, the way the fear transformed into recognition. Dad sold the house a few years later, and I've often wondered if the new owners ever experienced anything similar. I never had the courage to go back and ask. I'm 30 now, with a family of my own, and I've never had another experience like that night. Sometimes I find myself hoping for one, just a sign, something to confirm what I felt wasn't just a child's imagination. Other times, I'm grateful it hasn't happened again because honestly, I'm not sure I could handle it. What I do know is this: that night changed my perspective on life and death. I don't know what's out there, what comes after, but I believe some connections are strong enough to bridge whatever gap exists between this world and whatever comes next. And sometimes, when I'm tucking my own kids into bed, I find myself smoothing out their covers just the way she used to do mine, and I wonder if someday, somehow, I'll see her again. Story 12. I never wanted to put this all down in writing, but after what happened last week, I need to sort through it all. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me understand what's been following me all these years. I was 8 when we moved to the house in Oakvale. My family moved around a lot. My dad's job kept us bouncing from place to place. But that old 2-story farmhouse ended up being where we stayed the longest. 4 years. 4 years of things I still can't explain. It started small, so small that at first I thought it was just the normal sounds an old house makes, knocking on the walls that I blamed on the pipes, creaking floorboards when nobody was walking. But then it escalated to footsteps on the stairs when everyone was in bed, doors opening and closing by themselves, and objects moving when nobody was near them. Mom would always find explanations. The wind, the house settling, my overactive imagination, but I knew better, especially after the first time I saw him. I was doing homework at the kitchen table, Mom was cooking dinner, and Dad wasn't home from work yet. I remember looking up toward the hallway that led to the living room, and there he was, just standing there, watching me. He was tall, taller than my dad, who's 6'3", and dark, not just black, but like a void, like someone had cut out a piece of midnight and shaped it into a man. I couldn't see any features, just this pitch-black silhouette, but I could feel him watching me. The weird thing is, I wasn't scared, not really. Startled, yes, but not terrified like you'd expect. It was more like he wanted me to see him, like he was lonely or something. I blinked, and he was gone. I asked my mom if she'd seen anyone in the hallway, and she looked at me like I was crazy. That was the first time, but definitely not the last. Over the next few months, I saw him more and more frequently, always in glimpses, standing in doorways, at the end of hallways, or in corners of rooms, never approaching, just observing. My parents never saw him, but they couldn't deny the other stuff happening. The footsteps, the knocking, the way my toy cars would roll across the floor by themselves, or how my mom's favorite vase shattered one day when nobody was near it. Then my little brother was born, and things changed. The night they brought him home from the hospital, my mum came to my room and made me promise something weird. She sat on the edge of my bed, looking exhausted but serious, and said, "Liam, I need you to promise me you'll never talk to your brother about the man you see. Never tell him. Do you understand?" I was shocked. She'd always dismissed my sightings before, but now she was acknowledging them and making me promise not to tell the baby about them. I nodded, confused but willing to promise anything to make her look less worried. After that night, I stopped seeing the shadow man, just like that. Gone. The house still had its moments, objects moving, doors opening, but the tall, dark figure vanished from my life. I almost missed him, as strange as that sounds. Fast forward about 3 years, my brother was walking and talking by then. I was 11, just starting to forget about my shadow friend when everything came rushing back. It was a Saturday morning. I was eating cereal and watching cartoons when my brother came tearing out of the living room, screaming his head off. His face was pale, eyes wide with terror, and he was pointing back toward the room he'd just fled. The man, The man, he kept screaming, clinging to my mom's legs. I felt my blood run cold. Before I could say anything, one of his toy cars came rolling out of the living room all by itself. Then another, then a third. All three lined up perfectly before stopping, like they were being placed there deliberately. Mom looked at me with fury in her eyes. "You promised, Liam. You promised you wouldn't tell him." "I didn't," I shouted back, horrified that she'd think I'd break my promise. "I swear, Mom, I never said a word about him." The look on her face when she realized I was telling the truth, I'll never forget it. Pure fear. This happened repeatedly over the next year. My brother would be playing alone, then suddenly run screaming about the man. Toys would follow him out of rooms, turning on by themselves, lighting up or making noises when nobody was touching them. We'd find his stuffed animals arranged in circles when we were sure they'd been put away in his toy box. Mum started talking to Dad about moving again. She never explicitly mentioned why, but I overheard enough to know the real reason. 6 months later, we were in a new house, 20 miles away in the next town over. I thought that would be the end of it. New house, new start. But I was wrong. 3 specific things happened in that new house that I can't explain to this day. The first happened about 2 months after we moved in. I was lying in bed, reading before sleep, when I felt something brush against my leg. I assumed it was our cat, but then remembered we didn't have any pets. The brushing turned into pressure, like someone was running their hand along my calf. Then, and this still makes my skin crawl, I felt something wet slide across my ankle, like a tongue. I jumped out of bed so fast I hit my head on the ceiling. I had a top bunk. I slept with the lights on for a week after that. The second incident happened when I was 13. I was in my room with the door closed, singing along to my CD player. Between songs, I heard another voice, a female voice, singing along with me. At first, I thought it was my mom, but the voice didn't sound like her. It was softer, almost whispery, and it seemed to be coming from the corner of my room. I kept singing, trying to convince myself I was imagining things, but the voice got louder, clearer, and seemed to be moving closer. When I finally stopped the music, the singing continued for one more line before fading away. I didn't play music in my room for months after that. The third incident is the hardest to rationalize. I woke up one morning to find my wardrobe, this massive, heavy wooden thing, had fallen over during the night. But it hadn't just fallen. It had rotated 90 degrees from where it stood and was now lying flat on the floor. The weird thing, it hadn't made a sound. It hadn't woken me or anyone else in the house. It hadn't damaged my bed, which was right next to it. It was like someone had carefully laid it down while we all slept. After that, things calmed down. We lived in that house until I went to college, and while there were occasional unexplainable noises or misplaced items, nothing major happened. My brother stopped talking about the man around the time he started elementary school. Life became normal, so normal that I started to question my memories. Maybe I'd imagined it all. Maybe the house in Oakvale just had bad wiring and loose floorboards. Maybe I'd had an overactive imagination as a kid. I convinced myself it was all in my head. I went to college, graduated, got a job, and moved into my own apartment. I rarely thought about the shadow man or the strange experiences from my childhood until my grandmother died last month. I was at her funeral, standing by her casket during the viewing, when I felt that familiar sensation, like someone was watching me. I looked up and saw him standing in the back corner of the funeral home. Tall, dark as midnight, just watching. Nobody else seemed to notice him. He was there for just a moment, then gone. The night after the funeral, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning. My bedroom door was open, though I distinctly remembered closing it before bed. I could hear footsteps in my apartment. Slow, deliberate steps moving from the living room to the hallway outside my bedroom. I lay there, frozen, as the footsteps stopped right outside my door. There was a long silence, then 3 distinct knocks on the wall beside my bed. Not on the door, on the wall, like whatever was out there knew exactly where my head was resting. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps retreated. The next morning I found all the cabinet doors in my kitchen standing open. Every single one. 2 days later I was on the phone with my brother, catching up after the funeral. Out of nowhere he asked, "Do you remember that man I used to see when we were kids? The dark one?" My blood went cold. We'd never discussed this as adults. "Yeah," I said carefully. "Why?" There was a long pause before he answered. "I think I saw him at Grandma's funeral, standing in the back corner. Last week I came home from work to find a line of objects on my kitchen counter. My car keys, a pen, my watch, and a toy car I don't own and have never seen before. They were arranged in a perfect line, evenly spaced. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it's back after all these years. But I know it's real, and I know it's been with me all along, even when I couldn't see it. The shadow man is watching me as I type this. I can feel him standing behind me. I don't dare turn around." Story 13. I've never shared this story publicly before. For years, I've tried to rationalize what happened that night in our old house in Millbrook, but I still can't explain it. I was only 9 years old, and the memory is burned into my brain like a photograph that won't fade. It was mid-October, probably around 2003. My family had been living in this massive Victorian house for about 6 months. Me, my parents, and my 3 brothers. The house was ancient, built sometime in the late 1800s. It had these creaky wooden floors, tall ceilings, and these weird little nooks and crannies everywhere. My dad got it for a steal because it needed so much work, but he was handy and loved old houses. That evening started normal enough. We'd had dinner, and I was in my room playing with my Polly Pockets when I heard my mom scream. Not like an "I saw a spider" scream. This was different. It was sharp and full of fear, and it made my stomach drop instantly. "Michael, Michael, come here now!" I froze, my hand still holding the tiny doll. Then came the sound of my dad's heavy footsteps rushing up the stairs, and I heard him say something I couldn't make out. Their voices got hushed and urgent. When my dad's voice boomed through the house calling all of us kids to my sister Emma's bedroom, I knew something was seriously wrong. "Lily, Jacob, Matt, get in here right now!" I remember my feet felt so heavy as I walked down the hallway. My brothers came out of their rooms looking just as confused as I felt. We all gathered in the doorway of Emma's room, where my parents were standing with these strange expressions, somewhere between anger and fear. That's when I saw it. Right above the doorframe to Emma's bedroom were these massive dark red smears. Not just a little bit of red, it was a lot, thick smears that dragged across the entire top of the doorframe. In some spots it had started to drip down a little bit. The smell hit me immediately. That distinctive metallic copper smell that you never forget. It was blood, actual blood. My dad looked at each of us, his face stern but with a flicker of something else, uncertainty. "Which one of you did this?" he demanded. His voice was steady but tight. "This isn't funny. This is serious. I want whoever did this to admit it right now." We all just stood there, staring up at the doorframe. None of us said anything because none of us had done it. I remember looking at my brothers' faces and seeing the same confusion and fear that I was feeling. "No one's leaving until someone explains this," my mom said. Her voice was shaking slightly. That's when my dad pointed out something that made everything so much worse. The doorframe was nearly 8 feet tall. Even he, at 6'2", had to stretch to touch the top of it. There was no way any of us kids could have reached it. "Look," he said, his anger giving way to something more unsettling. "None of you could even reach this high. I want to prove that right now." One by one, he had us stand on the tallest stool we had in the house. Jacob went first, then Matt, then me. Even on the stool, with our arms fully extended, none of us could reach anywhere near the top of the doorframe. The blood smears were a good foot above where any of us could touch, even on tiptoes on the stool. My dad then grabbed a dining room chair, which was taller than the stool. Again, one by one, we stood on it. Still, none of us could reach high enough. I remember standing on that chair, stretching my arm as high as it would go, and still being nowhere near where the blood was. My fingers couldn't even graze the area. By this point, my mom was clearly freaked out. She wasn't angry anymore. She was scared. Maybe they climbed on each other's shoulders, she suggested weakly. Then they'd all be in on it, my dad replied, and they'd all be covered in blood. That's when the inspections started. My parents checked all of our hands, our arms, our faces, looking for any source of blood, a cut, a nosebleed, anything. There was nothing. My dad even made us roll up our sleeves and pant legs, not a scratch on any of us. Next, they checked our beds, our clothes, the bathroom sinks, anywhere that might show evidence of someone cleaning up blood. Nothing. No bloody tissues, no pinkish water stains, no stained towels. There was absolutely no trace of where this blood had come from or how it had gotten so high on the door frame. My mom started crying. Not sobbing, but those quiet tears that adults cry when they're trying to hold it together for their kids but can't quite manage it. That scared me more than the blood did. It has to be paint, my dad said finally, but his voice betrayed his doubt. Someone's playing a prank. He got a wet cloth and tried to wipe away a small section. It smeared, leaving a pinkish stain behind, but didn't come off completely like paint would. It looked exactly how blood acts when you try to wipe it away after it's started to dry. And the smell, paint doesn't smell like that. My dad took a step back, looking at the smears with a mixture of confusion and growing dread. "We'll figure this out in the morning," he said finally. "Everyone go to bed." But none of us wanted to go to our separate rooms. My brothers and I ended up all piling into Jacob's room, which was the farthest from Emma's. We pushed his twin beds together, and all four of us squeezed in, too terrified to be alone. "What do you think it is?" Matt whispered in the darkness. "Maybe it's a ghost," Jacob suggested. He was 12 and usually the tough one, but his voice was shaking. "Ghosts don't have blood," I argued, though I had no idea if that was true. "Then maybe something died in the attic and it's dripping through," Matt said. That possibility was almost worse than ghosts. We lay there in silence, listening for any sounds from above us. The house seemed unnaturally quiet that night, like everything was holding its breath. I don't think any of us slept more than a few minutes at a time. Every creak of the old house jolted us awake. Around 3 in the morning, we all heard it. Footsteps in the hallway, slow and deliberate. We froze, clutching each other. The footsteps paused outside Jacob's door, and I swear the temperature in the room dropped 20 degrees. None of us moved or made a sound. After what felt like forever, the footsteps continued down the hall and faded away. When morning finally came, we rushed to Emma's room as soon as we heard our parents moving around. The blood was still there, though it had darkened overnight to a deep brownish red. In the daylight, it looked even more substantial than it had the night before. These weren't just smudges, but deliberate marks, almost like something had been dragged across the top of the frame. My dad got a ladder from the garage and carefully took samples of the stains with cotton balls, which he sealed in a plastic bag. He said he was going to ask his friend who worked at the hospital to test it, to figure out what it was, but I never heard anything more about those tests. I think my parents were too afraid of what they might learn. That day, my dad installed new locks on all our doors and windows. My mom called a priest from the local church who came and blessed the house with holy water. They tried to act normal around us kids, but I could tell they were terrified. They started checking on us multiple times during the night, and for weeks afterward, one of them always stayed awake while the other slept. We never did figure out where the blood came from or how it got there. No one in our family was hurt. No animals were found dead in or around the house. There was simply no explanation for the amount of blood that appeared that night, or for how it got so high on the door frame. The strangest part was that it wasn't the only inexplicable thing that happened in that house. Over the next few years, we experienced other things. Objects moving on their own, lights turning on and off, voices whispering when no one was there. But that first incident with the blood was different. It was physical evidence that something was wrong with our house, something that couldn't be dismissed as imagination or coincidence. For months afterward, I couldn't sleep alone. I'd lie awake at night, staring at my own doorframe, terrified of seeing fresh blood appear. I developed this habit of checking the tops of all door frames before walking through them, something I still catch myself doing occasionally, even now as an adult. My family moved out of that house when I was 14, but none of us have ever forgotten what happened. My brothers and I still talk about it sometimes, comparing our memories, trying to make sense of it. My parents, though, refuse to discuss it. It's like they've locked that night away in some part of their minds they don't want to access. I've researched paranormal phenomena as an adult, looking for similar cases. I've found accounts of unexplained blood appearances, but nothing quite like what we experienced. Some people suggest it could have been a manifestation of a poltergeist. Others point to more sinister possibilities, demonic presences or echoes of violence that occurred in the house long ago. All I know is what I saw that night and what I didn't see, any possible human explanation for how that blood got there. It's been almost 20 years, and I still get chills thinking about it. Sometimes I dream about it, standing in that doorway, looking up at those dark red smears, feeling the weight of something unseen watching us. I haven't been back to Millbrook since we moved away. I've thought about driving by the old house just to see it again, but something always stops me. Part of me is afraid that if I went back, whatever was there might recognize me, might remember me, and I don't want to be remembered by whatever left its bloody mark in our home all those years ago. So that's my story, the unexplainable night that introduced me to the reality that there are things in this world that don't follow the rules we think we understand. I still don't know what happened in that house, and maybe I never will. But I know what I saw, what my whole family saw, and no rational explanation has ever come close to making sense of it. Story 14. In Twitemay, I still don't know what to make of what happened in Greece last summer. I'm not particularly spiritual or religious, which is probably why I didn't think twice about taking down that painting of Jesus from our bedroom wall. But now, months later, I find myself wondering if some things really are beyond explanation. My girlfriend Sarah and I had been dating for about 3 years when I got offered a temporary position at a research facility near Athens. It was only for 4 months, but the pay was good, and Sarah was between jobs, so she decided to come along. We were excited. 4 months in Greece sounded like a dream. We found this small furnished apartment about 20 minutes from where I'd be working. It was nothing fancy, but it had this incredible balcony overlooking olive groves, and we could see the ocean in the distance on clear days. The rent was reasonable, and the landlady, an older Greek woman named Eleni, seemed nice enough despite the language barrier. The place came fully furnished in that distinctly Mediterranean style. Simple wooden furniture, white walls, blue accents. In the bedroom, hanging directly across from the bed, was this large painting of Jesus. It wasn't particularly beautiful or antique, just one of those mass-produced religious images showing Jesus with his heart exposed, rays of light coming from it, the kind you'd find in many Greek homes. Neither of us is religious. I was raised nominally Catholic but haven't set foot in a church in years except as a tourist. Sarah's family was even less religious than mine, so after 3 nights of waking up to Jesus staring at us, we decided to take the painting down. We didn't throw it away or anything disrespectful. We just carefully removed it and stored it in the closet, planning to put it back up before we left. That same night, around 3 in the morning, I woke up to Sarah shaking my arm. Her voice was strange, not panicked exactly, but urgent. "Thomas," she whispered, "there's someone standing at the foot of our bed." I shot up immediately, heart racing. The room was dark except for the faint moonlight coming through the thin curtains. I couldn't see anyone, but the way Sarah was staring fixedly at the end of the bed made my skin crawl. "Where?" I asked, reaching for my phone to use as a flashlight. "Right there," she said, pointing. "Don't you see him?" I turned on my phone light and swept it across the room. Nothing. Just our suitcases in the corner, the dresser, the closet door firmly closed. "There's nobody here, babe," I said, getting up to check the apartment anyway. Our place was small, just the bedroom, a bathroom, a combined living room and kitchenette. Nowhere for anyone to hide. The front door was locked with the chain on. The windows were all closed. When I came back, Sarah was sitting up in bed looking confused. "He was right there," she said. "A man, just standing and watching us." I chalked it up to a vivid dream or sleep paralysis. Sarah has occasional nightmares, and with us being in a new place, it seemed like a reasonable explanation. We went back to sleep, and I mostly forgot about it by morning. The next night, I woke up again to Sarah's hand gripping my arm. This time, her voice was different, softer, almost contemplative. "Thomas," she whispered, "he's back, but he's sitting on the edge of the bed now." My first instinct was to turn on the light, but something made me hesitate. Maybe it was the calm in her voice, so different from the night before. "What does he look like?" I asked instead. Sarah was quiet for a moment. "He's young, maybe our age or a bit younger. He's wearing different clothes than last night. A blue shirt, I think. I can't see his face clearly, but I know he's not threatening." "You're not scared?" I asked, surprised. Sarah is usually jumpy. She can't even handle horror movies and gets startled by sudden noises. Once, she woke me up at midnight because she thought she saw a spider on the ceiling. "No," she said, sounding surprised herself. "I feel comfortable, like I've known him forever. It's strange, but I feel safe." Eventually, I did turn on the light, and just like the night before, there was nobody there. Sarah described the figure fading away as soon as the light came on. We talked about it over breakfast. I suggested maybe it was stress from the move, or her sleep schedule being disrupted by the time change. She nodded along, but didn't seem convinced. "It felt too real," she kept saying, "and why would I feel so calm about a stranger in our bedroom? That doesn't make sense." I had to admit she had a point. Sarah is the kind of person who double-checks the locks before bed and has made me look under the bed more than once when we've stayed in hotels. Her reaction was completely out of character. The next few nights passed without incident. No more sightings, no more midnight wake-ups. I started to think it really had been just a dream. Sarah seemed less certain but didn't bring it up much. About a week later, Sarah was on a video call with her parents while I was making dinner. I wasn't paying much attention until I heard her voice change. She was asking her mom about something, her tone serious and focused in a way that made me look up from the stove. After the call, she came into the kitchen with this strange expression on her face. "My mom just told me something I never knew," she said, sitting down at our tiny kitchen table. "I was asking her if anyone in our family had ever talked about seeing ghosts or having weird experiences. And I wiped my hands on a towel and sat across from her. She told me that before I was born, 2 years before, she had a baby boy who died shortly after birth." Sarah's voice was steady, but I could see she was processing this new information. "They named him Michael. They never really talked about it because it was too painful. I knew Mom had a difficult pregnancy before me, but she never mentioned that she actually had a baby." I reached across the table and took her hand. "I'm sorry, that must be a shock to learn." She nodded, but then looked at me intently. "Thomas, if he had lived, he would be 28 now, around our age." The implication hung in the air between us. I didn't know what to say. "I'm a practical person by nature. I work in scientific research. I believe in evidence and logical explanations. But the timing was undeniably strange. You think..." I started, not sure how to finish the sentence. "I don't know what I think," she said, "but it would explain why I wasn't afraid, why I felt like I knew him." That night, we both had trouble falling asleep. We left the bedside lamp on and just talked for hours about her family, about the possibility of something beyond what we can explain, about whether taking down the painting had somehow opened a door. In a lot of cultures, religious symbols are believed to offer protection, Sarah said. Maybe taking it down allowed something to come through. "But if it was your brother, that wouldn't be something you need protection from," I pointed out. She smiled. "No, I suppose not." We eventually fell asleep with the light still on. The presence never returned after that. Not once during the remaining 3 months of our stay. We even tried putting the painting back in the closet again, but nothing happened. Before we left Greece, I asked our landlady about previous tenants, trying to be casual about it. Had anyone ever mentioned anything unusual about the apartment? She didn't understand at first, but when I made a spooky gesture and said, "Ghost," she laughed and shook her head. "No ghost," she said in her limited English. Then she pointed to where the painting of Jesus now hung back on the wall. We'd returned it to its original spot before moving out. He watches. Is good. On our last night, Sarah placed a small note under the painting. She wouldn't tell me exactly what she wrote, only that it was a message to her brother, thanking him for visiting and telling him she was glad to know about him. It's been 6 months since we came back home. Sarah has connected more with her parents about Michael, even visiting his grave for the first time. They gave her a small box of mementos, a baby blanket, a hospital bracelet, the only photograph they had of him. Among these items was a baby outfit, a light blue onesie that had never been worn, the same shade of blue she had described that night. I still don't know what to believe. Was it really her brother's spirit that visited us those nights in Greece? Was it just a coincidence? Strange dreams combined with the new information about a sibling she never knew she had? Or was it something else entirely? What I do know is that removing that painting changed something, opened something, and whatever or whoever visited us that night wasn't there to frighten us. It felt like a connection being made, a meeting that was supposed to happen. Sarah says she hopes he'll visit again someday, but I'm not so sure. It feels like whatever needed to happen, happened in that small apartment in Greece. A recognition, an acknowledgement, and then peace. Sometimes I catch Sarah looking at empty spaces in our apartment with a thoughtful expression, as if she's watching for something, or someone. And occasionally, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I find myself glancing at the foot of our bed, half expecting to see a figure there. I never do, but I leave the light off just in case. Story 15. I've always been someone who craves solitude. After my breakup and losing my job within the same month, I desperately needed to disconnect from everything. My therapist suggested forest bathing, basically immersing yourself in nature to heal. I'd been camping a few times before, nothing serious, but I figured a weekend alone in the woods might help clear my head. I chose Pine Ridge because it wasn't on any popular hiking lists. It was about 3 hours from my apartment, remote enough that cell service would be spotty at best. Perfect. When I mentioned my plans to a couple friends during our weekly game night, their reactions surprised me. "Pine Ridge? Are you serious?" Marco asked, setting down his beer. "My cousin went camping there 2 years ago, said he saw these weird shadows moving between the trees. Not like normal shadows. They moved wrong." Jess nodded. "Yeah, there are stories about that place. Hikers going missing, people hearing voices." I laughed it off. "Every forest has ghost stories. That's basically a requirement for camping, right? Scary stories around the campfire." They exchanged looks but dropped it. I appreciated their concern but dismissed it as typical campfire tales. People love to spook each other about remote locations. I'd done my research. There were no bear warnings, no dangerous terrain alerts, nothing official to worry about. Saturday morning, I loaded up my car with basic camping gear, tent, sleeping bag, food for 2 days, water, first aid kit. The drive was peaceful, watching the urban landscape gradually give way to rolling countryside and eventually thicker forests. The Pine Ridge trailhead was marked by a weathered wooden sign, the parking lot, nothing more than a small clearing with space for maybe 5 cars. Mine was the only one there. The moment I stepped out of my car, I noticed the silence, not the peaceful quiet of nature, but something deeper, like the forest was holding its breath. I shook off the feeling, blaming my friends for putting those stupid stories in my head. The trail itself was beautiful, but clearly not well maintained. Fallen branches crossed the path occasionally, and the markers were faded. About 2 hours in, I found a perfect clearing for camping. flat ground, a small fire ring someone had made with stones, and enough open sky to see stars later. Setting up camp took less than an hour. I felt proud of myself, sitting outside my tent and eating a sandwich as afternoon sunlight filtered through the pine branches. This was exactly what I needed. No people, no phones, no problems, just me and the forest. That's when I first noticed something odd about the shadows. It was subtle at first, just a sense that something moved in my peripheral vision. When I turned to look, nothing was there. I blamed it on branches swaying in the breeze, though there wasn't much wind. As the sun began to set, casting longer shadows across the clearing, I could have sworn I saw one shadow move independently of its tree, sliding across the ground in a way that made my skin prickle. I'm not easily spooked, but Marco's words echoed in my mind. They moved wrong. To distract myself, I gathered firewood before it got too dark. As I stacked branches near my tent, I heard something that stopped me cold. A whisper. So faint I almost missed it, like someone exhaling a word I couldn't quite catch. I spun around, heart suddenly pounding. "Hello?" I called out. "Anyone there?" The forest remained silent. I told myself it was just the sound of leaves rustling or my own breathing echoing in my ears. Still, I made my fire larger than originally planned, finding comfort in its light and warmth as darkness fell completely. That night in my tent, I couldn't sleep. The whispers continued, just at the edge of hearing, not constant, but occasional, like fragments of conversation carrying on the night air. I couldn't make out words, just the cadence of speech. I zipped my sleeping bag up to my chin despite not being cold, feeling childishly safer with it covering me. Around 3 in the morning, I finally dozed off from pure exhaustion. I dreamed of figures standing around my tent, their shadows visible against the nylon walls, just watching, waiting. I woke up in a cold sweat as sunlight hit my tent. For a moment, I seriously considered packing up and leaving, but in the daylight, everything seemed normal again. Birds were singing, a squirrel darted across the clearing. I felt foolish for getting so worked up. My imagination had clearly gotten the best of me. After breakfast, I decided to explore the area. Maybe walking would clear my head. I took a water bottle, some trail mix, and my phone, despite having no service, for photos, marking my camp with bright orange hiking cord so I could find my way back. The forest was beautiful in daylight, towering pines, patches of wildflowers, the occasional glimpse of a deer. I followed what seemed to be an old, overgrown trail, pushing deeper into the woods. After about an hour of hiking, I spotted something through the trees, a structure. Curious, I moved toward it and found myself standing before a small, abandoned cabin. Its log walls were gray with age, the small porch sagging dangerously. Part of the roof had collapsed, allowing sunlight to stream into whatever remained inside. Common sense told me to leave it alone. Abandoned structures in the woods are never a good idea to explore, but curiosity won out. I carefully tested the porch steps with my weight before climbing them. The door hung partially open on rusted hinges, and I pushed it wider with a creak that echoed through the silent forest. The interior was a single room, dusty and filled with cobwebs. A stone fireplace dominated one wall. A small table with 2 chairs sat in the center, and an old iron bed frame stood in the corner. What caught my attention were the photographs still hanging on the walls, faded black and white images in simple frames, showing people I couldn't quite make out. Their faces seemed blurred, whether from age or something else, I couldn't tell. On the table sat a leather-bound book. I carefully opened it, finding what appeared to be a journal. The handwriting was faded but legible, dated from the 1930s. I skimmed a few entries which described mundane forest life, hunting, weather, visits from friends. Then, about halfway through, the entries changed tone. They're watching from the trees again. Martha says I'm imagining things, but I know what I see. The whispers kept us up all night. Martha finally heard them too. They want something from us. God help us. The final entry simply read, "They're coming closer. We can't leave." I closed the journal, a chill running down my spine despite the warm afternoon. As I set it down, I heard it again, a whisper, but this time I could make out words. "Stay with us." I whirled around, heart hammering in my chest. The cabin was empty. "Help us." The voice sounded like it came from right beside my ear, but there was nobody there. I backed toward the door, suddenly desperate to be outside. As I reached the threshold, I glanced once more at the photographs on the wall. In one frame, I could have sworn I saw a face turned toward me, eyes hollow and mouth open in a silent scream. I ran. I didn't care about looking foolish or overreacting. I just needed to get away from that cabin. I sprinted through the trees, following my own footprints back the way I'd come. When I finally reached my campsite, I collapsed beside my tent, gulping air into my burning lungs. Reason gradually returned as I caught my breath. I was being ridiculous. Old cabins are creepy. Period. The journal was probably left as a prank for hikers like me. The whispers were just the wind. The moving face in the photo was a trick of the light, but no matter how I rationalized, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I decided to stay one more night rather than pack up in a panic. I wasn't going to let ghost stories ruin my weekend. Besides, it would be dark in a few hours, and I didn't want to hike back to my car in the darkness. That was my mistake. As twilight descended, the whispers returned, louder than before. No longer at the edge of hearing, they surrounded me, coming from every direction. "Stay with us. We need you. Help us. Join us." I built my fire as large as I safely could, trying to create a barrier of light. But as full darkness fell, the voices grew more insistent, more desperate. Pleading turned to wailing, then to screaming. I covered my ears, but it did nothing to block the sounds. "Help us. Don't leave us here. Please." I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped my tent, determined to confront whatever was tormenting me. What I saw froze me in place. At the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of my firelight, stood figures, not people. At least, not anymore. They were vaguely human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed too long for their bodies. Their features were indistinct, like shadows given substance. There must have been at least a dozen, forming a semicircle around my camp. They didn't move forward, just stood watching. I didn't bother packing. I grabbed my car keys, phone, and flashlight, then bolted in the opposite direction from the figures. I didn't know if it led to the trail, but anywhere was better than there. I could hear movement behind me, not footsteps, but a strange sliding sound, like shadows shifting across the ground. My flashlight beam bounced wildly as I ran, illuminating trees that all looked the same. I was lost, but I kept running. The whispers followed, growing more frantic, more angry. The air grew colder around me, and several times I felt something brush against my back or tug at my clothes. I don't know how long I ran before I reached the cliff. One moment, I was sprinting through trees. The next, my flashlight beam showed nothing but open air ahead. I skidded to a stop, stones and dirt crumbling away beneath my feet. I teetered on the edge, arms windmilling. As I started to fall backward, something grabbed me. Not hands, but something cold and insubstantial, like being wrapped in mist. It pulled me away from the edge, back toward the forest. In that moment, my flashlight caught them, the faces of whatever held me, twisted, contorted visages with hollow eyes and mouths frozen in silent screams. Their expressions weren't threatening, but filled with a terrible anguish. The sight gave me a surge of adrenaline. I tore myself free and ran parallel to the cliff edge until I found what looked like a path heading downward. I half ran, half slid down it, my flashlight beam catching glimpses of the shadow figures flowing between trees behind me. Somehow, miraculously, I emerged onto the main trail. I recognized a distinctive fallen log I'd passed on my way in. With renewed determination, I sprinted toward the trailhead, the sounds of pursuit growing fainter behind me. When my car came into view, I nearly cried with relief. I jumped in, fumbling the key into the ignition, and peeled out of the parking area, gravel spraying. In my rearview mirror, I caught one last glimpse of them. shadow figures at the edge of the trees, watching me go. I haven't told many people what happened at Pine Ridge. Who would believe me? Sometimes I wonder about that cabin, about the journal entries, about the people in those photographs. Were they the shadows that now haunt the forest? Did they need my help, or did they want to make me one of them? I still have nightmares about those faces. Not scary monsters, but people trapped in endless torment. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I think I can hear the whispers again, calling me back to Pine Ridge. And sometimes, just at the corner of my vision, I see shadows that move all wrong. Story 16. I've been a truck driver for almost 22 years now. I've crossed this country more times than I can count. I've driven through blizzards, dust storms, and floods. I've seen some weird stuff on the road, but nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, compares to what happened to me on Route 93 in Nevada 3 years ago. I still get chills thinking about it. My hands are shaking as I type this, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone else has seen it too. I was hauling a load of scrap metal from Reno to Phoenix. It was a route I'd done dozens of times before. Nothing special. The pay was decent and I needed the money. My divorce had just finalized and child support doesn't pay itself. That night I left Reno around 2 in the morning. I prefer driving at night. Less traffic, cooler temperatures, especially in Nevada where the daytime heat can fry your brain. The desert at night has always been peaceful to me, not anymore. Route 93 cuts through some of the most isolated terrain you can imagine. Miles and miles of nothing but scrubland and distant mountains. No streetlights, barely any signs of civilization. Just you, the road, and whatever's out in the darkness. Usually that's nothing to worry about. I'd been driving for about 3 hours. I was somewhere south of Ely, in that stretch where you don't see another car for 30 minutes at a time. The moon was just a sliver that night, making everything darker than usual. My headlights cut through the blackness, illuminating maybe 50 feet of road ahead and nothing else. I had the CB radio on for company like I always do on these long hauls. Mostly it was silent, not many drivers out at that hour. I was sipping on my 3rd cup of coffee when it happened. The radio crackled. Not the usual static, but a sharp, painful sound that made me wince. Then a voice came through. I've heard all kinds of voices over the CB in my time. Truckers from every state with every accent you can think of. This didn't sound like any of them. It was low and raspy, like someone had been smoking cigarettes for 100 years. There was something wrong about it, something that made the hair on my arms stand up. "Pull over," the voice said. Just that, pull over. I figured it was some rookie playing games. "Who's this?" I asked. The radio crackled again. "Pull over now, it's too late. You're already on the road." That sent a chill down my spine. "Who is this?" I repeated, more firmly this time. "What's your 20? Nothing but static for a minute. Then, behind you. Always behind you. I checked my mirrors. The road behind me was empty and dark. "Very funny," I said, trying to sound casual. "Find someone else to mess with. I'm busy." The voice came back, clearer this time. "You can't outrun it, Mike. I nearly drove off the road. My name is Mike Reynolds. I hadn't given my name on the radio that night. Who the hell is this?" I demanded. "How do you know my name?" Nothing but static. I switched channels, but the static followed me. I turned the radio off completely, and the cab of my truck was suddenly too quiet. I told myself it was just some local who recognized my truck, maybe another driver I'd met before who was having some fun at my expense, but deep down, I knew that wasn't right. Nobody should have been able to reach me on the CB from where I was. The signal doesn't carry that far in those parts. I pushed it from my mind and focused on driving. The road stretched endlessly ahead, my headlights illuminating the yellow lines that disappeared into the darkness. I cranked up some Creedence Clearwater Revival on my phone to fill the silence. About 20 minutes later, I saw taillights ahead of me. I was surprised. Like I said, this stretch of road is usually empty, especially at this hour. As I got closer, I could make out the shape of another semi, an old Peterbilt, maybe from the 80s. Its taillights were flickering oddly, like there was a bad connection somewhere. I felt relieved to see another truck. After that weird radio business, the presence of another human being was comforting. I closed the distance between us, planning to give a friendly honk as I passed. That's when I noticed something strange. The truck ahead was weaving slightly, drifting from one side of the lane to the other. Drunk driver, I thought, or falling asleep at the wheel. Either way, dangerous. I flashed my lights to alert them, then moved to the passing lane. As I pulled alongside the truck, I glanced over to see if the driver was okay. There was no driver. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not making this up. The cab was empty. The steering wheel was turning slightly left and right, maintaining the truck's position on the road. But there were no hands on it, no person in the seat. I nearly crashed my own truck. I jerked the wheel in shock and had to correct quickly to avoid going off the road. By the time I looked back, I was already ahead of the driverless truck. I accelerated, putting distance between us. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I kept checking my mirrors, watching the taillights fall behind. Then they disappeared. 1 second they were there, receding into the distance. The next, gone, like someone had turned them off. But I hadn't seen the truck pull over. There was nowhere for it to go on that stretch of road. Just straight highway with open desert on either side. I drove faster. The speedometer crept up to 80, then 90. I knew I was being reckless, but I needed to get away from there. About 5 miles down the road, I saw taillights again, ahead of me. It was impossible. There was no way that truck could have gotten in front of me. I hadn't passed any exits or turn-offs. I hadn't seen any headlights come up from behind. But there it was. The same old Peterbilt with the flickering taillights, now somehow ahead of me. As I watched, the truck began to slow down. I slowed too, keeping my distance. It drifted to the center of the highway, blocking both lanes. Then it stopped completely. I was now about 100 yards behind it, idling on an empty highway in the middle of nowhere at around 5 in the morning. The truck's engine was running. I could see exhaust in my headlights. But it wasn't moving, just sitting there blocking the road. I couldn't turn around easily in my rig, and I didn't want to back up for miles on the highway, but I also didn't want to approach that truck. Everything in me was screaming danger. I sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, trying to decide what to do. That's when the back of the Peterbilt's trailer opened. It swung open slowly, like it was being pushed by something inside. My headlights illuminated the interior, which should have been full of cargo but was completely empty. Just a dark, hollow space. Then something moved in that darkness. Something was coming out. At first I thought it was a person. It had the general shape of a human. Head, torso, arms, legs. But as it climbed down from the trailer and stepped into the full beam of my headlights, I realized it wasn't human at all. Its proportions were wrong. Its arms hung down past its knees, and its legs bent in ways that human legs don't bend. Its skin, if you can call it that, was a grayish color that didn't reflect light properly. But the worst part was its face. It had no eyes, just dark, hollow sockets. Its mouth was open in what looked like a silent scream, too wide for a human face, showing teeth that were too numerous and too sharp. It moved like someone had broken all its bones and then tried to make it walk anyway. Each step was jerky and unnatural, like a marionette being controlled by a drunk puppeteer, and it was coming toward me. I sat frozen in my seat, unable to process what I was seeing. The thing raised its 2 long arms toward my truck as it approached, moving with that horrible broken gait. It was maybe 50 feet away when I finally snapped out of it. I threw my truck into reverse and hit the gas. The engine roared, and I started backing up, keeping my eyes on that thing the whole time. It moved faster then, much faster than something with that broken walk should have been able to. It was almost at my driver's side door when I cranked the wheel and did a reverse turn onto the shoulder, then shifted into drive and floored it, cutting across the empty oncoming lane. As I sped past, I caught one last glimpse of the entity. It had turned to follow my movement, its head rotating too far on its neck, that silent scream mouth now stretched even wider. It reached out as I passed, one elongated hand almost brushing my trailer. I didn't look back. I drove as fast as my loaded truck could go, the engine screaming in protest. I didn't care if I blew the engine. I didn't care if I got pulled over. I just needed to get away. When I finally worked up the courage to check my mirrors again, the road behind me was empty. No truck, no creature, nothing but empty highway disappearing into the darkness. I drove straight through to the next town, Alamo, I think, and pulled into the first gas station I saw. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely put the truck in park. I sat there as the sun came up, trying to convince myself I'd fallen asleep at the wheel and had a nightmare. But I know what I saw. I completed that delivery to Phoenix, then told my dispatcher I wouldn't be taking any more jobs on Route 93. I still drive trucks for a living. I don't know how to do anything else, but I've changed my routes. I never drive through central Nevada anymore. I never drive that particular stretch after dark, and I keep my CB radio off at night. Sometimes when I'm alone in my cab, I think I hear that static again, even with the radio off. Sometimes I see flickering taillights in the distance and I break out in a cold sweat until I confirm it's just a normal vehicle. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know if it was after me specifically, or if I was just unlucky enough to be on that road that night. But I know it was real, and I know it's still out there somewhere, waiting on Route 93. So if you're a truck driver, or anyone really, and you find yourself on that lonely stretch of highway in the dead of night, keep driving. Don't stop for anything. And if you hear a voice on your radio telling you to pull over, for God's sake, don't listen. Story 17. I've never told this story to anyone besides my wife. I'm still hesitant to share it, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. Maybe I'm just looking for validation that I'm not crazy. It started when I was 10. I remember the first time so clearly. I was in my bedroom in our old house in Burlington, sitting on my bed reading a comic book. It was that weird time between day and night when the shadows start getting longer, but it's not quite dark yet. I felt this presence, like someone was watching me. When I looked up, I saw it for the first time. Just a glimpse of what looked like a hooded figure in the corner of my room, like a shadow that didn't belong to anything. I blinked and it was gone. I told myself it was just my imagination, or a trick of the light. Kids see monsters in the shadows all the time, right? But deep down I knew it was something else. After that, it started appearing more regularly, never fully visible, just parts. A hand gripping the corner of a doorway, the edge of what looked like a cloak. Sometimes it would just be a feeling, this overwhelming sense that something was hovering behind me or above me, watching, waiting. The weird thing was, at first it didn't feel threatening. It was unsettling for sure, but not aggressive. It was like it was just observing me. I didn't tell my parents because I knew what they'd say. We were a pretty religious family, and my mom would have had me saying Hail Marys until my voice gave out. Throughout middle school and high school, the sightings became more frequent. I'd catch glimpses of it almost weekly. Sometimes it would point at me, which was particularly disturbing. I'd be doing homework or playing video games, and I'd sense it in my peripheral vision. When I turned to look, I'd see what looked like a dark arm extended, pointing directly at me before fading away. My Christian upbringing actually helped me cope with it. I'd been taught that demons and spirits couldn't harm believers, so I'd pray when I was really freaked out, and that would calm me down. But the feeling of being watched, that visceral, skin-crawling sensation of having eyes on you, never completely went away. When I left for college, I went to a small Christian university about 3 hours from home. I thought maybe it would stay behind, that maybe it was somehow attached to my childhood home. Nope. Within my first week in the dorms, I woke up around 3 in the morning with that familiar feeling. When I opened my eyes, I saw it hovering in the corner of the ceiling, just a darker patch of darkness, but unmistakable to me. That's when I realized this thing, whatever it was attached to me, not to a place. My roommate never saw it, though sometimes he'd complain about how cold our room would get at night. I never told him why. After college, I moved to Lakeside with my girlfriend, who's now my wife. By this point, the entity was appearing almost daily. I'd gotten better at ignoring it, It had become, as weird as this sounds, almost like an unwanted roommate, something I lived with but tried not to acknowledge. But then something happened that shook me to my core. It was a Friday night in October, about 7 years ago. My girlfriend was staying over and we'd fallen asleep watching some horror movie, ironic considering what happened next. Around 2:30 in the morning, I woke up with that familiar sensation, but it was stronger than I'd ever felt it before. The air in the room felt heavy, almost electrically charged. I could sense the entity in the corner of the ceiling directly above our bed. I was lying there, trying to control my breathing, trying not to wake my girlfriend, when suddenly she sat bolt upright in bed, wide awake and terrified. She pointed directly at the corner where I sensed the presence and whispered, "That thing is right there, isn't it?" My blood ran cold. In all these years, no one else had ever acknowledged seeing it. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice shaking. She couldn't take her eyes off the corner. "I don't know exactly what it is, but there's something there. And Mark, I saw something weird happen to your face just now." My face? I reached up, touching my cheeks, my forehead. For just a second, it looked like your face was covered in these black marks, like ticks or something. They appeared and then vanished. I felt sick. The only dream I'd ever had about the entity came rushing back to me. It had happened about a month earlier. In the dream, this black-cloaked figure had shown me how it planned to reveal itself to my family members before it killed me. In the dream, it marked my face with black lines first. I'd dismissed it as just a nightmare, but now... "Have you seen this thing before?" she asked, still staring at the corner. I broke down then, told her everything, about how it had been following me since I was 10, about how no one else had ever seen it, about the dream. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We kept all the lights on and sat on the couch talking until sunrise. She believed me completely, which was both comforting and terrifying. Comforting because I finally had confirmation I wasn't crazy. Terrifying because if she could see it too, then this thing was real. The following weeks were intense. The entity appeared more frequently than ever. Sometimes my girlfriend would sense it too, though she never saw it as clearly as she had that night. We tried everything. I renewed my prayers. We burned sage. Despite my Christian upbringing yelling that this was wrong, we even had a priest friend come by and bless the apartment. Nothing seemed to work. If anything, the presence became more aggressive. Things would move slightly when we weren't looking. The temperature would drop suddenly in whatever room we were in. Once, I woke up with 3 long scratches on my back that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. The worst incident happened about a month after my girlfriend first saw it. We were in the kitchen making dinner. I was chopping vegetables when I felt that familiar presence behind me. Before I could turn around, I felt something like cold fingers grip the back of my neck. I dropped the knife and spun around, but nothing was there. My girlfriend had seen the whole thing, though. She said she saw the knife move on its own, sliding toward my hand on the cutting board, like something was trying to make me cut myself. That night, we sat down and had a serious talk. This thing, whatever it was, seemed to be escalating, and we had no idea what to do about it. "Maybe it feeds off fear," she suggested, "or attention. What if we just ignored it completely? No prayers, no acknowledgement, nothing. It was worth a try, so that's what we did. Whenever we sensed it, we pretended we didn't. When things moved or temperatures dropped, we acted like it was normal. When I'd wake up feeling it watching me, I'd roll over and go back to sleep instead of staring into the darkness. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. Imagine knowing something is there, something malevolent, and pretending you don't. It's against every instinct you have, but strangely, it seemed to work. Gradually, the appearances became less frequent, from daily to weekly, from weekly to monthly. 6 years later, now married and living in a different apartment, I only sense its presence maybe 3 or 4 times a year. My wife and I have both moved away from Christianity, finding more peace in a kind of agnostic spirituality. I don't know if that's related to the entity's decreased activity or not. The last time I felt it was about 2 months ago. I was home alone, working late on my laptop. That familiar sensation crept over me, the feeling of being watched. I deliberately kept typing, didn't look up. Then, in my peripheral vision, I saw what looked like a hand reach out from the darkness of the hallway. It pointed at me, just like it used to when I was a kid. I kept typing. After a minute or so, the feeling faded. When I finally allowed myself to look, nothing was there. I still don't know what this thing is. A demon, a ghost, some kind of manifestation of my own psyche. I've researched shadow people, spirits, all kinds of paranormal phenomena, but nothing quite matches what I've experienced. What freaks me out the most isn't the entity itself anymore. It's the question of why it attached itself to me in the first place. And why, after all these years, is it finally starting to leave me alone? Is it gone for good? Or is it just biding its time? Sometimes I wonder if it was only ever interested in me because of my fear. Now that I've learned to control that fear, maybe I'm not as interesting to it anymore, or maybe it's found someone else to follow. I hope not. I wouldn't wish this experience on anyone. Living with that constant sense of being watched, of something waiting in the shadows, it changes you, makes you question everything you thought you knew about reality. All I know for sure is that for now, the shadow seems to be fading, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure it never comes back. Story 18. I've been pacing in my living room for almost 3 hours now. I can't sleep. I can't eat. My hands won't stop shaking. I know what happened tonight sounds completely insane. I've gone through it in my head at least 50 times, trying to convince myself I was hallucinating or that I fell asleep standing up in the elevator. But I know what I saw, I know what I experienced, and I'm terrified it might happen again. I live in one of those old Soviet-style apartment blocks in Eastern Europe. You know the kind. Grey concrete monstrosities that all look the same. Mine is 12 stories tall, and I'm on the 8th floor. I've lived here for about 2 years now, and it's always been completely normal. Just a regular apartment building with all the usual quirks. Sometimes the hot water doesn't work, the hallways smell like cabbage, and the elevator makes concerning noises. But tonight something happened that I can't explain. I got home from work around 9. It was already dark, and I was exhausted after a long day. Just wanted to get home, heat up some leftovers, and crash. I entered my building and headed straight for the elevator, like I always do. Nothing seemed unusual at first. The lobby was empty, which was normal for that time of night. The elevator doors opened right away when I pressed the button. That was actually unusual, because usually you have to wait forever. I stepped inside and pressed the button for the 8th floor. The doors closed and the elevator started moving. But then something strange happened. Instead of going up, I felt the elevator begin to descend. This made absolutely no sense. I was already on the ground floor. There wasn't supposed to be anything below except maybe some maintenance area, but definitely not floors that passengers could access. I stared at the panel, confused. The numbers weren't lighting up like they normally do. I pressed the 8th floor button again, but nothing happened. The descent continued, and I started to feel a weird pressure in my ears, like when you're on an airplane that's coming down too fast. That's when the light in the elevator changed. Our building has these harsh white LED lights that were installed maybe 5 years ago, according to my landlord. But suddenly, the light shifted to this sickly yellow glow, like old incandescent bulbs from decades ago. It flickered a couple of times, and I swear the temperature dropped by several degrees in an instant. I'm not usually one to panic, but my heart was starting to race. I jabbed at the emergency button, but nothing happened. No alarm, no response. I pulled out my phone to call someone, but there was no signal, not even a single bar. And the time on my phone was frozen at 9:07 p.m., even though several minutes had definitely passed. After what felt like way too long for any normal elevator ride, the movement stopped. The display panel that usually shows the floor number was blank. The doors didn't open automatically like they should have. I hesitated for a moment, then pressed the door open button. The doors slid open slowly, with a different sound than usual. more of a grinding metal noise than the normal electric hum. And what I saw outside made my blood run cold. It looked like my building's corridor, but wrong. The proportions were slightly off, the ceiling a bit too low, the hallway a bit too narrow. The walls were covered in this faded yellowish wallpaper instead of the usual painted concrete. The floor had this worn-out brown carpet instead of the grey tiles I'm used to. But the most unsettling part was the lighting. The hallway was lit by these old wall sconces that cast long, distorted shadows. And there was this smell, musty and stale, like no one had opened a window in years. I stood frozen in the elevator doorway, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I looked at the number plate beside the elevator, and instead of the usual Roman numeral I for the first floor, there was a symbol that looked vaguely Arabic. I'm not sure what number it represented, but it definitely wasn't anything I recognized from our building. Despite every instinct telling me to stay in the elevator, I stepped out into the hallway. I don't know why I did it. Maybe curiosity, maybe shock, maybe some stupid part of my brain thinking this was all just some weird prank. The carpet felt oddly springy under my feet, and my footsteps made no sound at all, which was deeply unsettling. I walked a few meters down the hallway, looking for anything familiar. That's when I noticed an apartment door with the number 803, my apartment number. But it looked nothing like my door. My actual door is modern, white, with a peephole and a standard lock. This door was dark wood, weathered around the edges, with a large brass knocker and the strangest keyhole I've ever seen. It wasn't a normal keyhole. It was facing outward, protruding from the door like some kind of tube or cylinder. I approached it slowly, feeling increasingly uneasy. I reached for my keys out of habit, but immediately realized they wouldn't fit this bizarre lock. I was about to turn back to the elevator when I heard something from the other side of the door, a shuffling sound, movement, and then, I swear this happened, the door began to open on its own, slowly, just a few centimeters at first. No one was visible behind it, but the door kept opening wider. What I saw next, I'm struggling to describe it because my brain doesn't want to process it. There was something standing in the doorway, something that looked wrong. Not human, not animal, not anything I could categorize. It was like looking at a shape that my eyes could see but my mind couldn't comprehend. The proportions didn't make sense. Parts of it seemed to move independently of each other, and the edges weren't solid. They seemed to blur into the surroundings, and its face, God, I don't think it even had what I'd call a face, but there was something there where a face should be. It was like looking at static on a TV screen, constantly shifting and rearranging itself. The thing made a sound, not speech exactly, but something like it. It reminded me of when you slow down a recording too much, or like distorted dialogue from a video game played at the wrong speed. The sounds had a cadence like language, but I couldn't understand any of it. I backed away immediately, my heart feeling like it would explode in my chest. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think. All I knew was that I needed to get away from whatever the hell this thing was. I scrambled back to the elevator, nearly falling in my panic. The doors were still open, thank God. I practically dove inside and frantically pressed the button for the ground floor over and over. The doors closed agonizingly slowly. Just before they shut completely, I caught a glimpse of the thing moving down the hallway toward me. It didn't walk like anything with legs should move. It was more like it was flowing, gliding, distorting the space around it. As soon as the doors closed, the light in the elevator went out completely. Not dim, not flickering, absolute darkness. And then the sensation of movement stopped. Everything stopped. The hum of the elevator, the feeling of standing on something solid, it all just vanished. I was floating in complete darkness. No up, no down, no sense of direction at all. It was like being suspended in a void. I couldn't even feel the walls of the elevator anymore when I reached out. There was nothing. I don't know how long I was in that state. Time seemed meaningless. It could have been seconds, minutes, hours. I had no way to tell. I tried to scream, but the sound seemed to disappear the moment it left my mouth, swallowed by the emptiness. Then, suddenly, the light flickered back on. It was still that sickly yellow, but at least I could see again. I was definitely still in the elevator, but something was different. Through the small window in the elevator door, I could see only blackness, not darkness like a poorly lit hallway. Absolute nothingness. It was like the elevator was suspended in empty space. I pressed the ground floor button again, desperately hoping it would take me back to reality. The elevator began to move, but it was going upward, not down, which made no sense because I had no idea where I was or what up meant in this context. After a few moments of movement, the elevator stopped again. Through the window, I still saw only blackness. I held my breath, terrified of what might be waiting when the doors opened, but the doors didn't open. Instead, the elevator began moving again, this time much faster. The light flickered rapidly, and that pressure in my ears returned, much more intense this time. I gripped the handrail, certain the elevator was going to crash. Then everything stopped. The light stabilized. Through the window, I could see nothing at first, just darkness. But then, like a camera coming into focus, the familiar hallway of my building's ground floor gradually appeared. The modern tiles, the mailboxes, the notice board, everything normal. The light in the elevator switched from yellow to the usual white. The air, which I hadn't even realized had a strange smell until now, cleared and became normal again. When the doors opened, I almost cried with relief. I was back in my building's lobby. Everything looked normal. My phone started working again, showing 9:09 p.m., only 2 minutes after I'd first entered the elevator. I wanted to run straight out of the building, but some insane part of me needed to make sure my actual apartment was still there, still normal. I reluctantly got back in the elevator after checking it thoroughly and pressed the button for the 8th floor. This time, the elevator behaved exactly as it should. It went straight to the 8th floor, the doors opened, and there was my familiar hallway. My door looked normal, white, modern, with the standard lock. My key fit perfectly, and inside was my apartment, exactly as I'd left it this morning. I'd been pacing around ever since, trying to make sense of what happened. Was it a hallucination? Some kind of waking dream? A gas leak in the elevator making me hallucinate? But it felt so real. Every detail, every sensation, the cold, the smells, the textures. I keep checking my phone, my apartment, my own reflection, looking for anything out of place. But everything seems normal, except me. I don't feel normal. I feel like I briefly stepped into somewhere else. Another dimension, another universe? I don't know. It's 3 in the morning now, and I'm still too terrified to sleep. I keep thinking about that thing at the door, that not face, those sounds it made. Was it trying to communicate with me? Was it trying to lure me in? And what would have happened if I hadn't made it back to the elevator? I don't know if I can ever use that elevator again. I don't even know if I can stay in this apartment. But where would I go? How do I know this couldn't happen anywhere? The worst part is that no one will believe me. I can barely believe it myself. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced, and I'm terrified that next time I might not make it back. Story 19. I've been back home for almost a month now, but I still wake up in cold sweats, heart racing, convinced I'm still trapped on that godforsaken ship. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural. Ghost stories, haunted houses, paranormal activity. That was all just entertainment to me. At least until I boarded the SS Obsidian. I needed to get away. That's what everyone kept telling me after Ryan and I split. 3 years down the drain, and all I had to show for it was an empty apartment and a stack of wedding magazines collecting dust. Combine that with my boss breathing down my neck about the upcoming gallery deadline, and I was basically a walking bundle of nerves. So when my friend Megan suggested a Caribbean cruise, sun, drinks, and eye candy, it's exactly what you need. I gave in. The Obsidian looked impressive from the outside, massive, gleaming, with that air of luxury they advertise in all the brochures. I remember standing at the port in New Orleans, camera in hand, snapping photos of its hull against the sunset. There was this odd moment when I looked through my viewfinder. Just for a second, the ship seemed to shimmer like it wasn't quite solid. I blinked, and everything was normal again. Should have taken that as my first warning. Check-in was smooth. I'd splurged on an upper deck cabin, figured if I was doing this, might as well do it right. The room was nice enough. Queen bed, private bathroom, small balcony overlooking the water. Nothing remarkable, but comfortable. The first day was actually pretty great. I lounged by the pool, had a couple of fruity cocktails, finished half a novel. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe again. Then came the second night. I'd gone to bed early, exhausted from a day of snorkeling at our first port. It must have been around midnight when I woke up to this tapping. At first I thought it was just the ship, normal creaks and groans. But this was different, rhythmic, deliberate. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the wall next to my bed, the wall that separated my cabin from the next one over. I sat up and pressed my ear against it, thinking maybe my neighbor was having trouble sleeping or something, but according to the cabin layout I'd seen, there shouldn't have been another room there. That section was supposed to be part of a maintenance area. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. I knocked back. The tapping stopped immediately. The silence that followed was worse somehow. I sat there frozen, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just the pipes or something mechanical and managed to fall back asleep. The next morning, I headed to the breakfast buffet, still a little unsettled but trying to shake it off. I was grabbing some coffee when I overheard two older women at the next table. "Third cruise on this line, and nothing like this has ever happened before," one was saying, her voice hushed but clearly worried. "Well, Martha saw him at dinner, and then he never showed up for their massage appointment yesterday," replied her friend. "They've checked his room and his things are still there, but no sign of him." "Did you hear what that crew member said about the ship's history?" "Shh, they're telling us not to spread rumors." They noticed me listening and clammed up immediately. I smiled awkwardly and moved away, but my mind was racing. Someone was missing, and what history? I'm a photographer. Curiosity is practically in my job description, so I started asking around, casually. Most passengers either didn't know anything or brushed it off. "People probably just got drunk and is sleeping it off in someone else's cabin," one guy laughed, but a few seemed genuinely concerned. By afternoon, the atmosphere on the ship had changed. The crew members were smiling too brightly, their eyes darting around nervously. There were more staff patrolling the hallways than before, and the captain made an announcement that we were experiencing some mild navigational adjustments as we entered a new stretch of water. The Bermuda Triangle. I didn't realize that's where we were until I overheard one of the bartenders mention it to another staff member. "Captain says we'll be through it by tomorrow night. Just got to keep everything normal until then." That's when things really started getting weird. I was heading back to my room after dinner when all the lights in the hallway flickered, then dimmed to an eerie bluish glow. The temperature dropped so suddenly I could see my breath, and for a split second, I swear I'm not making this up, I thought I saw someone standing at the end of the corridor, a man in what looked like an old-fashioned naval uniform just watching me. I blinked, and he was gone. Back in my room, the tapping started again, louder this time, more urgent. I tried to ignore it, turning on the TV and cranking up the volume, but it just kept going. Tap, 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 tap. Like whoever, whatever, was on the other side was getting impatient. I called the front desk. The woman who answered sounded exhausted. "I'm sorry for the disturbance, Ms. Lawson. There are some maintenance issues we're addressing throughout the ship. I can send someone to check your room if you'd like." I declined. Something in her tone made me uneasy. I barely slept that night. The tapping eventually stopped, but then came the crying, soft, muffled sobs that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I pulled the covers over my head like a kid afraid of monsters under the bed. By morning, the rumors were spreading like wildfire. A group of teenagers swore they'd seen a ghostly woman wandering the lower decks. An elderly man claimed his dead wife had appeared in their cabin mirror, and now 3 passengers were unaccounted for. The crew was in full damage control mode. They organized extra activities, a special midnight buffet, an impromptu dance competition, 2 movie screenings instead of the scheduled one. Anything to keep people distracted. But you could feel the tension building. Passengers traveled in groups now. No one wanted to be alone. I tried calling my sister from the ship's satellite phone, but all I got was static and this weird garbled voice that definitely wasn't hers. When I mentioned it to a crew member, his face went pale. "The communications system is just overloaded," he said, not meeting my eyes. "Too many people trying to call home at once." That night, our 5th at sea, was when everything went to hell. I couldn't stand being in my cabin anymore. The tapping had evolved into a constant, rhythmic pounding, and now there was this smell, like seawater and something rotting. I grabbed my room key and phone and just fled. The ship was weirdly quiet for 11 at night. The usual sounds of music and laughter from the bars and lounges were muted, distant. The corridors were empty. I wandered aimlessly, just wanting to be anywhere but my room. That's when I found myself in a part of the ship I didn't recognize. The hallway was narrower, the carpet a different pattern. The lighting fixtures looked older, almost antique. I turned a corner and froze. A woman stood about 20 feet away, her back to me. She was wearing what looked like a white evening gown, but it was soaking wet, dripping onto the carpet. Her hair hung in dark, stringy clumps down her back. "Excuse me," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. "Are you okay?" She turned slowly, her face, God, I still see it when I close my eyes, pale as milk, with dark hollows where her eyes should have been. Water seemed to pour continuously from her mouth as she spoke. "You shouldn't be here," she gurgled, her voice like stones grinding together underwater. "None of you should be here. This is our passage now." I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could barely breathe. She began moving toward me, not walking, but gliding, like her feet weren't touching the floor. Then a hand clamped down on my shoulder, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was one of the crew members, a security officer, judging by his uniform. "Ms. Lawson," he said urgently, his fingers digging into my shoulder. "You need to return to your cabin immediately. This section of the ship is closed for maintenance." I looked back toward the woman, but the hallway was empty, just water pooling on the carpet where she had stood. "I saw someone," I stammered. "A woman, she was." "There's no one here." He cut me off sharply. Then, softer, "Please, ma'am, go back to your cabin. Lock your door. Don't come out until morning." His eyes were pleading, terrified. I nodded dumbly and let him escort me back to the main part of the ship. As we walked, I swore I could hear whispering coming from behind the walls. Dozens of voices, all talking at once. Back in my cabin, the pounding had stopped. Now there was just this low, constant hum, like the ship itself was moaning. I pushed my dresser in front of the door and sat on my bed, wide awake, until dawn. At 7 the next morning, the captain's voice came over the PA system. He announced that due to unforeseen mechanical issues, we would be cutting our journey short and returning to New Orleans. There was a collective sigh of relief throughout the ship. Whatever was happening, we were getting out, but as we turned back, things only got worse. The ship's engines struggled, making this horrible grinding noise. Lights went out all over the ship and stayed out. And the apparitions, no longer hiding in shadows or glimpsed from the corner of your eye, were everywhere. A drowned man sitting at the bar, water pouring from his eyes as he raised an empty glass in toast. Children in old-fashioned clothes playing tag through walls. A woman in a steward's uniform from another era, her neck at an impossible angle, directing confused passengers down corridors that hadn't existed moments before. I spent most of that day on the open deck, too afraid to go back inside. As night fell, I stood at the railing, watching the dark water churn below. That's when I noticed it, shapes moving beneath the surface. Not fish or dolphins, but what looked like people, swimming alongside the ship, following us. One looked up, right at me, a man's face, eyes wide open underwater, mouth stretched in an impossible grin. He raised his hand as if in greeting. I stumbled back from the railing and ran, not caring where I was going as long as it was away from that sight. I ended up huddled in a corner of one of the lounges, surrounded by other terrified passengers. No one was even pretending this was normal anymore. Somehow we made it back to New Orleans. The ship limped into port just as the sun was rising. No explanation was given for the early return beyond vague mentions of technical difficulties. The cruise line offered everyone partial refunds and discount vouchers for future trips, as if any of us would ever set foot on one of their ships again. I've done some research since I've been back. Turns out the Obsidian was built using parts salvaged from an older vessel, one that vanished in the Bermuda Triangle in the 1970s with all hands lost. The cruise company kept that information quiet, obviously. I still don't know what happened to the missing passengers. The official line is that they disembarked at one of our ports of call without properly checking out, but I know better. They're still on that ship in some form or another, part of whatever haunts it. Sometimes I wake up at night and hear tapping on my bedroom wall. Tap, tap, tap. And sometimes, when I'm in the shower or bath, I swear I catch a whiff of that same rotting seawater smell. I think whatever was on that ship followed me home. I don't know what it wants, but I know one thing for certain. I'm never going near the ocean again. Story 20. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened in that apartment. Not even my therapist knows everything. It's been 15 years since we moved out, but I still get chills thinking about it. I guess I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. I grew up in Chicago in this really old building in Lincoln Park. My parents moved there when I was 3, and we stayed until I was almost 13. The building itself was beautiful from the outside, all brick with these ornate cornices and big windows, but there was always something off about it. I remember my dad mentioning once that it used to be an ice storage facility back in the early 1900s, before they converted it to apartments in the 1950s. The first thing I remember happening was when I was 4. I was taking a nap in my bedroom. It was this tiny room with faded yellow wallpaper that my mom had tried to brighten up with butterfly decals. I was lying there, not really sleeping, just looking at the ceiling and the way the light made patterns through my curtains. Then I heard my mom's voice, clear as day, calling, "Lily, come here, sweetie." I got up, rubbing my eyes, and walked into the hallway. "Mom," I called out. Nothing. I checked the kitchen, the living room, her bedroom. The apartment was completely silent. When my mom finally came home from grocery shopping 20 minutes later, I told her I heard her calling me. She just laughed it off, said I must have been dreaming. But I wasn't dreaming. I know what I heard. After that, weird things started happening more frequently. Our apartment was on the 7th floor, and there were 8 floors total in the building. The layout was strange. Long, narrow hallways with doors that seemed too close together, like they'd tried to cram too many units into the space. Our unit was at the end of the hall, with windows that faced the alley. When I was about 6, I started hearing footsteps, not inside our apartment, but in the hallway outside. They always sounded like a woman in heels, click-clack, pacing back and forth. I remember asking my mom once if she heard it too, and she just shrugged it off, said it was probably Mrs. Abernathy from across the hall. But here's the thing. The footsteps only happened when I was alone in the bathroom. Every single time. I'd be taking a bath or brushing my teeth, and the footsteps would start, slow and deliberate, right outside the door. They never came inside, never tried the handle, just paced. As I got older, I began to feel like whoever was pacing was actually protecting me, because there was something else in that building, something worse. I was 8 when I first encountered what I now think of as the man. I was alone in my room doing homework at my desk when I felt someone touch my hair. Just a light brush, but enough to make me whip around. Nobody was there, but the air felt cold, like someone had left a window open in January. That same night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of my desk chair scraping across the floor. When I sat up, heart pounding, the chair was in the middle of the room, facing my bed. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. My parents never believed me when I told them about these things. My dad would check under the bed, in the closets, give me a reassuring smile and tell me it was just my imagination. My mom would sometimes look concerned, but then she'd change the subject. I think she knew something was wrong with that place, but she didn't want to scare me more by admitting it. The incidents with the man got worse as I got older. Objects would move, not dramatically flying across the room or anything, but I'd come back to find my hairbrush on the other side of my dresser, or my school books stacked in a different order. The TV would turn on by itself sometimes, always to static, and the temperature would drop suddenly in certain spots in the apartment, like walking through invisible pockets of winter. When I was 10, I overheard my parents talking in hushed voices late one night. I crept out of bed and listened from the hallway. My mom was telling my dad about a conversation she'd had with the building superintendent. Apparently, about 15 years before we moved in, a man had jumped from the 8th floor. He'd landed right outside what was now our apartment. The super said a lot of tenants had complained about strange occurrences over the years, especially on the 7th and 8th floors. That's when things started making sense to me. The man who touched my hair, moved my things, he was the jumper. But who was the woman with the heels, and why did she seem to be protecting me from him? I didn't have to wait long for answers. A few weeks after overhearing my parents, I was sitting in the living room watching TV on a Saturday afternoon. My parents had gone to my aunt's house, but I'd stayed home with a cold. Suddenly the TV shut off. I reached for the remote, but before I could grab it, I heard the heels in the hallway outside our apartment. Click, clack, click, clack. Then they stopped, right at our door. My heart was racing. I sat there frozen, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. Then I heard a man's voice, low and angry, coming from my bedroom. "Get out." I ran to the door, fumbling with the locks, hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the knob. Just as I got the door open, I felt something grab my ankle. It was ice cold, like someone had wrapped a frozen hand around my skin. I screamed and yanked my foot away, tumbling into the hallway. And there she was. A woman, probably in her 30s, wearing a dark dress that looked old-fashioned, like something from the 1920s. Her hair was pinned up and she wore red lipstick. She wasn't transparent or anything. She looked solid, but there was something off about her, like she was slightly out of focus. She looked at me with sad eyes, then turned toward my apartment door with a stern expression. I blinked, and she was gone. I sat there in the hallway until my neighbor found me and called my parents. I never told them what I'd seen. I was afraid they'd think I was crazy. After that day, the incidents became more frequent and more frightening. The man would slam doors, knock pictures off walls, and once, he pushed my bookshelf over while I was sleeping. I'd wake up to find scratches on the inside of my bedroom door. The woman with the heels seemed to appear more often too, though I only saw her fully that one time. Usually I just heard her footsteps or caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, but the worst night, the night that still gives me nightmares, happened when I was 11. I couldn't sleep that night. It was the middle of winter, freezing cold outside, but our radiator was clanking and making the apartment too hot. I remember staring at the ceiling, watching the shadows from the streetlight outside make patterns on my wall. It was about 1 in the morning when I felt the room get cold. Not just a little chilly, I mean freezing, like someone had opened all the windows in a blizzard. I could see my breath. I pulled my blankets up to my chin, too terrified to move, when I noticed something at the foot of my bed. 2 children were standing there, a boy and a girl. The boy looked about 9, the girl maybe 6 or 7. They were both dressed in old-fashioned clothes. The boy in short pants with suspenders and a cap. The girl in a pinafore dress with a ribbon in her hair. They were completely gray, not transparent, but like all the color had been drained from them. Their faces were solemn, eyes fixed on me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just stared back at them, my whole body shaking under the covers. Finally, I managed to whisper, "Who are you?" The children didn't speak. The boy reached for the girl's hand, and they both slowly turned to look at the corner of my room. I followed their gaze, but nothing was there, just shadows. When I looked back at the foot of my bed, the children were gone. The room was still freezing. That's when I heard it, a low, raspy breathing coming from the corner where the children had looked. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel someone watching me. The weight of their stare was like a physical pressure on my chest. I squeezed my eyes shut and started reciting the Lord's Prayer under my breath, something my grandmother had taught me to do when I was scared. I must have passed out from fear because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight streaming through my window. My room was warm again, but my blankets were on the floor, and there were 3 long scratches on my wooden headboard that hadn't been there the night before. We moved out of that apartment a year later, after my dad got a job in another state. I never saw the ghost children again, but the woman in heels and the angry man stayed until our very last day. As we were carrying the final boxes out, I heard the heels one last time, pacing in front of our empty apartment. And from my bedroom, now just an empty space with marks on the walls where my posters had been, I heard a faint, "Good riddance." I've looked up the history of that building since then. Turns out it wasn't just an ice storage facility. During Prohibition, part of it was used as a speakeasy, and there were rumors of gangland killings in the basement. The jumper was real, a stockbroker who lost everything in the 1920s-80s, but I've never found any record of the woman or the children. Sometimes I wonder if they're still there, the woman still pacing, protecting other children from the angry man. I wonder if the ghost children ever find peace. I've moved on with my life, college, career, relationships, but that apartment, those ghosts, they're always with me. Even now, if I hear the click-clack of heels in a hallway, I freeze, waiting to feel that cold spot, waiting for something to touch my hair when no one's there. Story 21. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that day. I was only 7 years old when my family helped my Aunt Sophia move into her new house in Pinewood. It was supposed to be a happy occasion. My aunt finally had her own place after living with us for almost a year. The house looked normal from the outside. 2 stories, white siding, blue shutters, and a big yard that backed up to some woods. Nothing about it screamed, "Stay away," or gave any indication of what had happened there. My parents were excited to help Sophia settle in, and Dad was documenting everything with his fancy new digital camera. He kept setting it up on this tripod, taking pictures of us carrying boxes, arranging furniture, and pretending to be exhausted for dramatic effect. Mom rolled her eyes at him, but we were all in good spirits. Around noon, everyone decided to take a lunch break. We'd been working since 8 in the morning, and the adults were tired. Dad left his camera on the tripod in the main hallway. I remember him saying something about capturing a time-lapse of the moving process. Looking back, I'm grateful he did, even though what that camera captured still makes my skin crawl. While the adults sat around the kitchen table eating sandwiches and discussing where furniture should go, I got bored. 7-year-olds aren't great at sitting still during adult conversations, so I wandered outside to explore the yard. The property was bigger than our house in the city, and the woods at the back edge of the lawn looked like the perfect place for adventures. I was throwing a frisbee to myself, just tossing it up in the air and trying to catch it, when I noticed a boy standing at the edge of the trees. He looked about my age, maybe a bit older, with dark hair and a red t-shirt. I waved and he waved back. "Wanna play?" I called out, holding up the frisbee. He didn't respond, but he stepped out from the tree line and nodded. I tossed the frisbee to him, and he caught it easily, sending it back with perfect aim. I was impressed. He was much better at frisbee than my friends from school. We must have played for about 25 minutes, just throwing the frisbee back and forth. The weird thing was, he never spoke, not once. I asked him his name a couple times, but he just smiled and kept playing. I figured maybe he was shy or didn't speak English. At 7, these things didn't bother me much. The whole time we were playing, I felt this strange chill in the air around him, even though it was a warm day in June. I didn't think much of it then. Kids don't analyze these things like adults do. I was just happy to have found someone to play with. Eventually, Dad called from the porch, "Tommy, come back in. We need help with the boxes in the garage." I turned to my silent playmate and said, "I gotta go help my dad, but I'll come back later and we can play some more, okay?" He just nodded, his expression unchanging. I remember thinking it was kind of strange how still he stood, almost like he was posing for a picture. But I ran back to the house without giving it much more thought. For the next couple hours, I helped carry smaller boxes and listened to the adults talk about boring stuff like paint colors and furniture placement. The afternoon dragged on, and I kept glancing out the windows, hoping to spot my frisbee friend again. But the yard remained empty. Around 3 o'clock, everything changed. 2 police cars pulled up to the house, their lights flashing but sirens off. From the living room window, I watched as 3 officers approached the front door. Dad answered, looking confused, and invited them in. The next few minutes were a blur of hushed adult conversations that I couldn't quite make out from where I sat on the stairs. I caught fragments. Didn't know, terrible tragedy, should have disclosed, and investigation. Mom's face had gone pale, and Aunt Sophia looked like she might throw up. One of the officers noticed me sitting on the stairs and gave me a tight smile before turning back to the adults. That's when Dad called me over. "Tommy," he said, his voice strained in a way I'd never heard before. "The officers have some questions for us about the house. Did you see anyone strange today?" I shook my head, thinking he meant adults. "No, just the boy I was playing frisbee with in the yard." The room went silent, like completely silent. I could hear the refrigerator humming from the kitchen. "What boy, honey?" Mom asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The boy from the woods. We were playing frisbee when you were all eating lunch. He didn't talk much, but he was really good at catching." Dad and one of the officers exchanged a look that made my stomach feel funny. "Tommy," the officer said, kneeling down to my level. His name tag said, "Officer Powell. Can you describe this boy for me?" He was about my age. He had dark hair and was wearing a red shirt and jeans. He was kind of pale." Officer Powell's face tightened. He stood up and whispered something to his partner, who immediately went outside. Dad pulled out his camera from the tripod and started looking through the photos. His hands were shaking. "Tommy, come here," he said, his voice rough. "Is this the boy you were playing with?" He turned the camera display toward me, showing a photo taken during lunchtime, when the camera had been left unattended in the hallway. The timestamp showed 12:27 p.m. My blood went cold. There, in the hallway of Aunt Sophia's new house, stood the boy from the woods, the same dark hair, the same red shirt, but he wasn't alone. Behind him stood a tall man with a gaunt face and hollow eyes, his hand resting on the boy's shoulder. "That's him," I said, pointing at the screen. "That's the boy I was playing with." Then I pointed to the man, and that must be his dad. The look on everyone's faces is something I'll never forget. Horror. Pure horror. Officer Powell took the camera from Dad's hands and studied the photo. "Jesus Christ," he muttered. "That's when they told us. Not everything. I was 7 after all, but enough." The house had been on the market for over a year because of what happened there. The previous family, the Millers, had died in that house 18 months earlier. The father had shot himself in that very hallway where the camera had been set up. The mother had been killed near the master bedroom closet, and their youngest son, 8-year-old Aaron, had been found strangled in the woods behind the property. The case had gone cold. They never found who killed the mother and son, though they suspected the father. Some evidence didn't add up to that theory, which is why officers still occasionally checked on the property. They'd come by today because a neighbor had called, reporting seeing figures moving through the house before we arrived, thinking it might be vandals. When they learned new owners had moved in, they came to check if everything was okay and to see if we'd noticed anything unusual. The police searched the entire property but found nothing. My frisbee was still in the yard where I'd left it. There were no footprints in the soft earth by the woods except for mine. That night, we didn't stay at the house. We all went back to our place, including Aunt Sophia. She never moved into that house. She sold it at a massive loss a month later after the police officially reopened the Miller case based on the photo Dad's camera had captured. I had nightmares for months. In them, I was always playing frisbee with Aaron, but as we played, he would slowly transform. His neck would bruise, his eyes would bulge, and he'd reach for me with cold hands. I'd wake up screaming, convinced I could feel those icy fingers on my skin. It wasn't until years later, when I was about 14, that my parents showed me the full police report they'd been given. The description of Aaron Miller matched the boy I'd played with exactly, right down to the red t-shirt he'd been wearing when they found his body. And the man in the photo, he wasn't Aaron's father. The police identified him as someone who had been questioned during the original investigation, a handyman who had worked for the Millers and disappeared right after their deaths. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd gone back to play with Aaron that day like I promised. Would I have disappeared too? Would I have learned what really happened to him and his family? I'm 23 now, and I've mostly come to terms with what happened, though I still avoid wooded areas, and I've never touched a frisbee since. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe I saw a picture of Aaron somewhere and my mind created the encounter. Maybe there was another boy who looked like him. But deep down, I know what happened. For 25 minutes on a sunny June day, I played frisbee with a ghost. And something much worse was watching us from the shadows, waiting. The strangest part, the police never found the handyman. To this day, his whereabouts remain unknown. Sometimes I catch myself scanning crowds, looking for that gaunt face and those hollow eyes from the photograph. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I swear I can hear the soft sound of a frisbee cutting through the air. Story 22. I've never really talked about this before, not fully anyway. It's been 12 years, but I still get this weird feeling in my stomach when I think about it. I guess I need to get it out there because keeping it inside is driving me crazy. So back in 2011, I met this guy, Steve, on New Year's Eve at this crowded bar downtown. It was one of those meet cutes you'd laugh about later. He was dancing, spun around too fast, and spilled his beer all over my new boots. He was super apologetic, bought me a drink, and we ended up talking until the bar closed. He was cute, funny, had a good job as a graphic designer, and we just clicked right away. We started dating pretty quickly after that night. Things were going great. That honeymoon phase where everything is exciting and you're learning all these new things about each other. Within a couple months, I was staying at his place a few nights a week. He lived in this old duplex that had been converted into 4 separate apartments in Lake Worth. It wasn't fancy, but it had character with these old wooden floors and high ceilings. Steve's was a 1-bedroom on the ground floor with a tiny kitchen and living room. Nothing special, but it felt cozy. That's when the nightmares started. I'd had night terrors as a kid, and they would sometimes come back during really stressful periods of my life. Finals week in college when my parents were divorcing, stuff like that. But these were different. These dreams were so intensely violent and graphic that I'd wake up gasping for air, covered in sweat. I'd see flashes of red, blood everywhere, and this overwhelming sense of panic and violation. The worst part was the sleep paralysis that came with it. I'd be aware that I was in Steve's bed, but I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything. It felt like something heavy was sitting on my chest, pressing down until I could barely breathe. Steve would often have to shake me awake because he'd hear me making these awful choking sounds. "You were doing it again," he'd say, looking concerned. "Are you okay?" I'd just nod, still trying to catch my breath, but inside I was screaming. Something felt wrong about that place. Not just spooky or creepy, but fundamentally wrong. After these episodes, I couldn't shake this persistent thought. Something bad happened here, not like in a ghost story way. It was more visceral than that, like my body knew something my conscious mind didn't. I never had these nightmares at my own apartment, only at Steve's. It got to the point where I started making excuses not to stay over, which confused him because things were otherwise going so well between us. Then came that morning in April that changed everything. I'd stayed over despite my better judgment because we'd been out late with friends. That night, I had the worst nightmare yet. I couldn't remember the details when I woke up, just fragments, screaming, hands grabbing, a feeling of absolute terror and helplessness. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart racing so fast I thought I might be having a heart attack. Steve had already left for an early client meeting. I was alone in his apartment, still shaken from the nightmare. I decided to try meditating to calm myself down, something my therapist had suggested for my anxiety. I sat cross-legged on the bed, closed my eyes, and focused on my breathing. That's when it happened. I wasn't asleep. I swear I was fully awake. But suddenly, as clear as day, I saw a man sitting at the foot of the bed with his head in his hands. He wasn't transparent or ghostly. He looked solid, real. He was maybe in his 40s with thinning brown hair and these incredibly sad blue eyes. He was wearing a plain t-shirt and jeans, nothing special about him. He looked like any guy you might pass on the street without a second glance. But there was something deeply disturbing about his presence. I just knew, somehow, that he had done something horrible in this place. The vision only lasted a few seconds before it faded, but it left me shaking. I grabbed my stuff and left immediately, not even bothering to make the bed or wash my face. I just needed to get out of there. I had a class at 10 that morning at the community college where I was working on my nursing degree, but I couldn't focus on anything the professor was saying. My mind kept going back to that man, those sad blue eyes, and the overwhelming sense that something terrible had happened in that apartment. During our lunch break, I sat alone in the cafeteria, my food untouched. I don't know what possessed me to do it. Maybe some subconscious connection my brain had made. But I pulled out my phone and Googled Rape Murder Lake Worth apartment. I didn't even know Steve's exact address at the time, just the street name. But something compelled me to search those specific terms. The first result was a news article from earlier that year, January 2011, about a cold case from the 80s finally being solved. I clicked on it, my hands trembling slightly. As I read, my blood turned to ice. In 1986, a 26-year-old waitress, my exact age at the time, had been attacked outside her home, dragged inside, sexually assaulted, and murdered. According to the article, she had screamed for help, but none of the neighbors called the police. Her body wasn't discovered until 2 days later when she didn't show up for work. The article mentioned that the killer had recently confessed to the crime while already serving time for another assault. He had apparently found religion in prison and wanted to clear his conscience. The confession had come just weeks before I met Steve in late 2010. My heart was pounding as I scrolled through the article, looking for the address. When I saw it, I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. It was Steve's apartment, the exact same unit. I scrolled further down and froze when I saw the mugshot of the killer. It was him, the man from my vision, same thinning brown hair, same sad blue eyes, the same man I had seen sitting at the foot of the bed just hours earlier. I hadn't seen his photo before, had no way of knowing what he looked like, but there he was. I must have sat there for 20 minutes, unable to move, just staring at my phone. My professor actually came over to ask if I was okay because I'd missed the start of the afternoon class. I mumbled something about not feeling well and left campus. I drove straight to my own apartment and called in sick to my evening shift at the restaurant where I worked part-time. I couldn't stop shaking. How was this possible? How could I have seen this man? How could I have known about a murder that happened 25 years ago in an apartment I'd only been staying in for a few months? I didn't tell Steve right away. I wasn't sure how to bring it up without sounding crazy. Hey, by the way, Did you know a woman was raped and murdered in your bedroom? And I'm pretty sure her ghost or energy or whatever has been giving me nightmares. Oh, and I had a vision of her killer this morning. Yeah, that would go over well, but I couldn't stay there anymore. I made excuses. My place was closer to campus. I had early classes. My roommate needed help with something. Steve was understanding but clearly confused about the sudden change. About a week later, I finally worked up the courage to ask him if he knew anything about the history of his apartment. He looked surprised by the question. Not really. Why? He asked. I hesitated, then told him I'd read about a crime that happened there years ago. His face changed as I spoke, going from curious to uncomfortable. The landlord mentioned something when I signed the lease, he admitted. Said there had been an incident years ago, but that it had been completely renovated since then. I didn't really ask for details. I showed him the article on my phone. He read it silently, his face growing pale. Jesus, he whispered. I had no idea it was this bad. We talked for hours that night. I told him about the nightmares, the sleep paralysis, the constant feeling that something was wrong in that place. I even told him about the vision, though I downplayed it a bit, saying I'd had a weird daydream of a man who turned out to look like the killer. Steve was freaked out, understandably, but he was also skeptical. He'd been living there for over a year before we met and never experienced anything unusual. He suggested that perhaps I'd seen the killer's photo somewhere before and forgotten about it, or that my subconscious had pieced things together from comments the landlord or neighbors might have made. Maybe he was right. Maybe there was a logical explanation for everything, but it didn't matter. I couldn't stay in that apartment anymore. The knowledge of what had happened there, combined with my experiences, made it impossible. I did some research online about cleansing spaces of negative energy. I'm not usually into that kind of thing, but I was desperate. Steve and I smudged the apartment with sage, opened all the windows, sprinkled salt in the corners, all the rituals I could find. It seemed to help a little. The nightmares became less frequent, less intense, but they didn't stop completely. What bothered me most was the timing of everything. The killer had confessed just weeks before I met Steve and started staying at his place. It was as if his confession had stirred something up, awakened some dormant energy in that apartment, and the fact that the victim had been exactly my age when she was killed, it was too much to be coincidence. I've tried to make sense of it over the years. The best explanation I can come up with is that somehow I became a conduit for this woman's experience. Maybe because we were the same age. Maybe because I was sleeping in the same space where she had died. Or maybe it was just some random cosmic connection I'll never understand. Steve and I broke up a few months later. The apartment thing was definitely a factor, but there were other issues too. Last I heard, he'd moved to Portland for a job. I still think about that apartment sometimes, about that poor woman who screamed for help and was ignored. I wonder if that's what my nightmares were about, not just experiencing her fear, but becoming a channel for her unheard cries. Maybe she just needed someone to finally listen. I've never had an experience like that since. No visions, no prophetic dreams, no psychic connections to crime victims. Just that one time, in that one place. I don't know what it means, and I don't think I ever will, but I know what I saw, what I felt, and sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still see those sad blue eyes, filled with the weight of unspeakable guilt, staring back at me from the foot of the bed.